Good morning and welcome everyone. I'm calling the 441st Council meeting to order. Welcome. We are glad to have you here today in the room and online. Just a reminder, Council members, please have your video on during the meeting and mute yourself when you're not speaking. You have a microphone in front of you, so when you are speaking, all you need to do is touch on the bottom menu bar. You'll see a little face with sound waves coming out. If you touch that, the red light will illuminate around your microphone and you are on. And then when you finish talking, just hit that again and then you will be muted. Thank you. And to all, we are live streaming this meeting through the RCDSO's YouTube channel so that members of the public, the profession, and other stakeholders can watch our proceedings. Since this is a hybrid meeting, I'm going to ask you please to always use your Zoom hands for voting, questions, and comments. And since some people are here and some people are Zooming in virtually, it'll be really imperative that you raise your Zoom hand. That'll put your picture or your face on top of my screen, so it'll make it easier for me to keep a speakers list, and it will make it easier to tally vote counts. At this point in time, I would like to turn to the official opening by doing our land acknowledgement. The RCDSO is on the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, and the Huron-Wendat peoples. These traditional lands are known to some as Toronto. Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 of the Mississaugas of the Credit and is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples from across Turtle Island. This land is also part of the Dish with One Spoon territory, a treaty between allied nations to peaceably share and care for this land. We accept our responsibility to each other and this land we live on and work on in a spirit of peace, friendship, and respect. We are committed to actively supporting the necessary work towards truth, reconciliation, and equity. We embrace the role we play in regulating dentists, in protecting the public interest, and in strengthening our partnerships with Indigenous communities to advance access to safe and equitable oral health care. Thank you. And at this point in time, I'm going to ask the Registrar and CEO, Dan, to please do the roll call.
Thank you, Hanno. Good morning, Council. Please unmute in anticipation. I'll be doing the roll call in alphabetical order as per usual, starting with Nalan Bargava.
Present.
Thank you, Nalan. David Bishop has sent regrets. Amelia Chan.
Present.
Ram Chopra. Jamie Colliver.
Present.
I know Jamie is there. Did you hear him? Okay, thank you. Christina Cordero.
Present. Present.
Okay, I heard that as well. Peter Delane.
Present.
Nancy DeSanto.
Present.
Mark Eckler. Ellie Fisher.
Present.
I see Ellie, thank you. Noha Goma.
Present.
Dan Haas.
Present.
Vivian Hu.
Present.
Nazar Ladak.
Present.
Anthony Licio.
Present.
Anthony Mayer.
Present.
Harinder Sandhu.
Present.
Brian Smith.
Present.
Usama Solomon.
Present.
Robin Somerville.
Present.
Rod Stapleforth.
Present.
Mark Trudell. Present. Aaron Walker.
Present.
Judy Welikovich.
Present.
And Deborah Wilson. I did see Deborah.
Present.
Thank you, Deborah.
Present.
Thanks everyone. Back to you, Hanno.
Thank you. And now I would like to ask Dr. Harinder Sandhu to please provide the President's remarks. Harinder?
Thank you, Hanno, and good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by acknowledging the reappointment of two valuable public council members, Mr. Nazar Ladak and Mr. Brian Smith. Please join me in celebrating their appointment. They are appointed for next three years. My fellow council members, I have had the privilege of serving as your president for just over a year now. I have been reflecting on this past year. We have had many excellent conversations at this table, at committees, and one-on-one. every meeting, as I review our council evaluations, I'm seeing consistent results. We are hitting the right level of governance topics. We are managing the right content. We focus appropriately on strategy, on public interest, and on risk. This is the right level of governance discussion, and we want to continue that. I so appreciate your feedback, both by survey and directly to me. It helps us ensure that we focus on what is most important, so thank you. Thank you for your continued confidence in me. Thank you for your ongoing contribution to the college. And now I would like to turn one of the key items on our agenda today, PLP. There has been good progress since last year. Council, your advice has been instrumental in guiding this so far. You asked hard questions of the task force report. You asked for deeper analysis of the options before us. You challenged us to consult more broadly. That was exactly the strategic direction that the college needed. Today, we will again advance this discussion with a report on work underway. I'm very supportive of how the college has implemented your direction. I will turn now to access to care. As you know, access to care is a strategic priority of the college. We will hear more detailed about this important project later today. For many years, the college has advanced this cause, but now it is more timely than ever. As you know, the Government of Canada took a leap forward in expanding access to oral health care. The Canadian Dental Care Plan, the CDCP, launched in December. As you will hear later, over 1.3 million seniors in Canada have signed up. Registration for all oral health professionals began on March 11th. I'm pleased to report to you that a registrar and I attended a meeting with the Federal Minister of Health, the Honorable Mark Holland, to discuss the CDCP. Also in attendance were MP Yvonne Baker at Etobicoke Center and a few local dentists. It was a great opportunity for an open discussion about the plan as a valuable solution to enhance access to care. We also spoke about the need to improve pathways for internationally trained dentists. And there was clear alignment on the need for better health human resources planning. It was an excellent conversation, one we hope to continue. Last night at our pre-council meeting, we had another excellent conversation. There we celebrated the accomplishment of Dr. David Siegel. Dr. Siegel was a former member of the council and continues to contribute to the facilities inspection program. Dr. Siegel accepted an award for his contribution to the regulation of the profession. And finally, I would like to take an opportunity to acknowledge the work it takes to bring us all together. Dan, the senior leadership team, and the entire staff of the college, thank you for work you do every day to protect the public interest. My fellow council members, thank you as always for your good advice. I would also like to note the member of the public who are joining us virtually on YouTube. We very much appreciate your interest, so thank you for being here. With that, Hannah, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Harinder. Next on our agenda is conflict of interest. Conflicts are important to declare because of our public interest mandate and as a standard reflected in the Ministry of Health College Performance Measurement Framework. So at this point in time, I will ask if any members of council feel that they have a conflict of interest to declare for any agenda items to be discussed today. Thank you. Seeing none, move on to the next item, which is the consent agenda. The consent agenda is basically a time-saving mechanism. On the consent agenda are several items that are for council's information, acceptance, and ratification. Council will be asked to approve these in one motion. Council may ask any clarifying questions about an item on the consent agenda, but if you wish a deeper conversation, then we will have to remove that item from the consent agenda and address it later on in the meeting. I would ask you to consider that that is a very high threshold to remove something from the consent agenda for further discussion. The items in the consent agenda are in your meetings package from pages 15 to 235. I would at this time like to point out that there is a small correction to the December 7th council meeting minutes. The correction is on line 252 and should read 86% of the consultation respondents were dentists. It currently reads 68%. So that change is to reflect that 86% of the consultation respondents were dentists. Are there any questions about any of the items in the consent agenda? Judy.
Thank you. I just had a question about the briefing note on with the financial update, and that's at it starts at page 220. And I'm wondering again about the underfunded operating cash reserve, and I'm also wondering whether there are any plans to increase funding to the reserves within the coming year.
So I can start, and Jeff Goldberg can certainly add if I've missed something. There are definitely plans. We are looking at the financial statements that are unaudited at this point, so we have to wait for the audit process to be complete. Finance Committee will be involved, obviously, in that review, and then the Finance Committee will decide from any surplus what proportion might be moved to the operating reserve. And in addition, there are planned surpluses as we lead forward into the next 2 years. So there are opportunities to bring our operating reserve up to the 25% that is expected from the College Performance Measurement Framework. I'm not sure if I've answered your question completely.
No, you have. You have.
thank you.
It's more to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions at this point in time, if I could ask that motion number 1 please be put up on the screen. And motion number 1 is that the following items be approved and or received for information by council. Approval of the agenda, approval of RCDSO council meeting minutes, December 7th, 2023 as corrected, registrar and CEO report, council evaluation survey results, December 7th, 2023, 2024 work plan for council, 2024 council meeting program, public member reappointment schedule, financial update, Office of the Fairness Commissioner, risk rating, and policy report. Could I have a mover for that motion, please? Moved by Jamie, seconded by Vivian. And I would ask again for you to all use your virtual hands. All those in favor, please indicate now. Okay, at this point in time, we're seeing 20 hands in favor. I think they may be coming up slowly, but that just needed a simple majority, and that motion has carried. Thank you. Included in the consent agenda is a written report from Dan. The report can be found on pages 188 to 211 of your materials. And at this point in time, I am going to turn the mic over to Dan to make some remarks about his report. Dan.
Thank you, Hanno, and good morning again, Council. It's been a very active time, and the Registrar's report attempts to highlight some of the activities that are working around the college, both from an operational level, also from an external landscape. I have a slide deck, if we could put that up, please. And so if we can go to the next slide, I think the first thing that I want to do is just to make sure that I provide appropriate gratitude to all of council and all of staff. This report obviously is not possible without all of the governance groups, including committees and all of staff in the department areas. There is definitely a lot of work happening, a lot of real engagement, a lot of great collaboration, and a lot of success. And so I really want to thank everyone for all of those contributions. Next slide. I'm going to try and look at the three areas that I focus on in the report, and starting with governance and the regulatory landscape, and just give you a brief overview of some things that are in the report and some things that are not. The Canadian Dental Care Plan, CDCP, is obviously a very hot topic. It has been something that has been discussed externally for many months and probably many more to come. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it here because there is a briefing note and we'll have an opportunity to speak a bit more to that and answer any questions. In terms of accountability relationships, we obviously don't sit as an independent entity without accountability, and we have several. The Ministry of Health and the Office of the Fairness Commissioner are two offices that we meet with regularly. We have quarterly meetings now with both of those groups, the Assistant Deputy Minister and the Fairness Commissioner and their staff and our team as well. And we've been focusing on not only the success of RCDSO and our registration practices, which is an accountability that we have through legislation, but there's a fair amount of questions that come to us about the National Dental Examining Board and their work. And so we've been working really hard in a number of ways, both to make sure that our results are sound, and you'll see those in a moment, or I'll speak to those in a moment. And we've been working really hard with the NDEB as well, just to make sure that we are on the same page and we are driving improvements forward. And we've been talking with all of the regulators in dentistry across the country and really trying to ensure that the process at the national level is also fair, objective, impartial, and transparent. A document that you have in the package is the Office of the Fairness Commissioner creates a risk compliance framework and a report. So you can see from the correspondence that the RCDSO was ranked at a moderately low, which is the middle of 3 ratings. That rating is driven by forward-looking or future risks. And so the Fairness Commissioner is quite pleased with the results that we have in terms of our licensing activities or the credentialing and certification activities here at the college. But again, the ranking is based on what they see as risks and how much they expect or hope that we can influence some of the work at the national level. I don't think that it's going to change anything that we are doing. We have been working hard, as I said earlier, with the NDEB, and we will continue to do that. We have a memorandum of understanding that was signed with the NDEB last June, and we will be meeting shortly in the next couple of months to go over the first year of activity with the NDEB to make sure that the expectations that we had from them in the memorandum of understanding are being met. The OFC's letter also talked about the action plan that we need to develop. And you can see on the slide that there are 3 areas that they want us to focus on. Again, we are looking at those already, but they want us to work with the other regulators, the DRAs and the NDEB, to improve, and sorry for the acronyms, the internationally trained dentist assessment process. They also want us to work with the NDEB on issues that relate to how individuals get access to examination spots. And are there different ways to have priority rankings? Now that again is not in our control. And to the extent that we can influence, we will try. But at the end of the day, the NDEB is an independent organization. And we will work with them, but obviously the results and the changes that they make are their decisions to make. And finally, they want us to consider assistance for candidates who, in the letter, the Fairness Commissioner's Office words, candidates who are on the cusp of competence. So we will have to pursue that a little bit more to understand what it means. I think part of what has led to that recommendation is the new aspect of the NDEB's exams, which look at non-clinical skills. They're situational judgments that look at how a candidate is working with a team, how they're sharing bad news, how they're communicating with patients. And the Fairness Commissioner knows that there are other professions that have possibilities or opportunities for candidates to work in practice environments and learn some of those skills as they are practicing under supervision. But we will get more clarification of that to ensure that we're working in the right direction with the NDEB and with the Fairness Commissioner. Can I have the next slide, please? A big contribution to what we're seeing as this attention from the Fairness Commissioner, in my mind, is the fact that we do not have a systematic way to really think about oral health care labor supply and distribution. That's the number of dentists and that's where they practice. That is not within our purview. We don't do planning. We don't have anywhere near the kind of data that you would need to do that planning. And so there's a lot of pressure on the stakeholders or the organizations like us and the NDEB to examine more and more. And there are a lot of individuals in the country who are waiting for those examinations, and they've come through various steps to arrive in Canada and hope to practice their profession as quickly as possible. But we don't know what number we're trying to achieve in the country or in Ontario, and we don't have the mechanism, as I said, to know where they will go or where they should go. And so those are issues that I raise routinely with the Fairness Commissioner and with the Ministry of Health. I don't come to you today with any answers. It is a very challenging issue, and it's broader than dentistry, but I want you to be assured that we are looking at ways that we can push that agenda forward as well. And you can see from the last bullet that we're also trying to look at ways that the college can contribute to those health human resource planning strategies. And one way that we can contribute is to think about the data that we have. And you'll know that a couple of years ago, we asked dentists to provide us with more information, self-reported data, what they're practicing in terms of the percentage of time in clinical and research and so on. That's critical information to help think about FTEs that are required or available. So we're looking at the possibility of a data sharing agreement of register information in a non-nominal fashion with a very responsible agreement that will help the National Association CIHI to do more modeling and planning. So more to come on that, but that is one way that colleges and RCDSO specifically can contribute to that agenda, but we certainly have a lot of other needs in that, that kind of planning that we just can't do on our own. Next slide, please. The CPMF I mentioned earlier with respect to the reserves is done. In fact, just before this meeting, there was a button hit and we sent our final report to the ministry. And that will be online, and it's very operational in terms of the reporting on the standards and the domains that are expected by colleges to achieve in terms of accountability and improvement. So the report will be available to you. It will be up on the website, full disclosure, full transparency, and we will provide an executive summary of that report. And I'm really pleased to say that I believe, and I might be corrected, I believe there's only one of these standards of many where we are in partial compliance, and that's the one, Judy, that you raised this morning, where we haven't quite hit the mark with the operating reserve. But we have done amazing work at all levels of the staff to really push the agenda forward on all the different standards that are expected of colleges, and we're fully meeting in all areas. Next slide, please. Excuse me, in terms of some of our partners and collaborators, I'm involved with the Health Profession Regulators of Ontario, HPRO, which is the federation of all the 26 health colleges in Ontario that meet regularly to find common areas where we can improve our own work as individual regulators or work with the government. A couple of highlights I wanted to point out. There has been an independent citizens advisory group that was created over the last 6 or 7 years. And recently, that Citizens Advisory Group is becoming a part of HPRO. So this is a real opportunity for us to advance public engagement on regulatory issues. The Citizens Advisory Group consists of a number of individuals who apply and are selected from around the province who represent a lot of demographics that make up this province. And so we're really excited by the opportunity to engage more directly with this group. We've done some engagement in the past, but now it's part of HPRO, and I think we're really going to advance some of the patient and public engagement that we have been doing and will continue to do. And I also wanted to point out that HPRO recently retained a government relations firm, Rubicon Strategy. That is to provide HPRO with strategic advice. That's not to lobby on our behalf, but we really want to build a trusting relationship with the government and all the regulators, and hopefully be at a point where there are not occasions where we are surprised by policies that come out of the government that we weren't expecting, and we can also be a part of their development to some extent and be providing some insight and advice for. The second area is the Institute for Clinical Evaluative Sciences. This is an Ontario-based but world leader in analytics, and they do a lot of work on with population health databases, looking at healthcare processes, looking at policies and contributions to system policies and health outcomes. This is an organization that does not have a huge oral health care focus. We've been talking to individuals at ICES that relates to a project in antibiotic prescribing or antimicrobial stewardship. And how that works is we would look at possibly under a data sharing agreement, providing the college's register that would allow the ICES team to look at dental prescribing using Ontario drug benefit data. And the possibilities from that are endless in terms of thinking about health outcomes and oral health outcomes particularly. So it's a very small way to start with some terrific opportunities for oral health care as we move forward. Next slide. Yeah. Well, I'll take all the questions at the end, or do you want to do it now?
Just a quick update. So, do you guys, so why antibiotics? Just taking it, would you consider narcotics as well, or?
Yeah. Antibiotics is probably more of an opportunistic project in terms of several people within ICES that are interested in working on that and jumping at the opportunity to do a project that's going to help us work on the partnership and work on a project that has meaning. Opioids absolutely is on the list as well. Turning quickly to the Commission on Dental Accreditation of Canada, I've talked to Council several times about the Commission and accreditation and a lot of the changes that are happening at CDAC. There has been a fee increase that was recently approved by CDAC, and you can see the numbers on the screen. So it is a significant amount that this college contributes. I have certainly been quite active with the dental regulators across the country and making sure that we're getting value for dollar. More conversations to come, but CDAC has also been through a number of changes. They have a new chair as recently as 6 months ago, and they have a new CEO as recently as 2 weeks ago. So there will be more conversations that will happen. The interests that I think that are really summarized on the slide are understanding that we're getting cost-effective operations from CDAC because we're paying probably the largest amount out of any jurisdiction and any profession to CDAC. We want to make sure that there's a fee review so that there's some principle-based way to look at fees across both the regulators and the educators and others who contribute. And we want to make sure that there's transparency in the accreditation process and really thinking that through in terms of what it should look like. But those are the three areas that we have focused on and will continue to focus on. Next slide. This is a very good news story, and you'll hear about it in a couple, or have seen it already in a couple of the briefing notes. And I bring this forward to your attention because we talk a lot at Council about education. You hear presentations on a routine basis, and here's one that actually has led to some concrete action and some real special action in terms of the Quality Assurance Committee approving Special Olympics Ontario as a recognized or an approved CE credit provider or sponsor for CE credits in the province. And it's wonderful because the group creates a lot of modules to train oral health care professionals about how to work with individuals living with disabilities. And so we've been able to work with them, understand their education process, the Quality Assurance Committee with Nancy's leadership and Susan Taylor on staff who have led this. I think this is an incredible opportunity for us to demonstrate how we are working to look at all different creative ways to improve access to care. And one of the barriers potentially is the challenge of managing your practice with individuals who bring different needs. And this, we hope, will be able to respond to helping dentists and supporting dentists in some way to deal with those needs. So you see the quote at the end. This is one of those pivotal moments that has the potential to significantly advance inclusive and accessible care from Susan Taylor, our Director of Quality. So I wanted to bring that forward because I think it's an outcome. And we don't want to just hear presentations, we want outcomes. Next slide, please. Quickly around the college, really pleased to say that we've had some great engagement from our staff and our leadership team and really trying to drive what we think is the appropriate culture. Every organization is going to have a culture, whether you like it or not. It's going to be there based on your behaviors and how individuals operate and how work happens in an organization and what's expected. We're trying to take charge of our culture, and there's a really terrific document that's been created internally, Thriving in a Flexible Work Culture. We have actually decided to remain as a flexible work culture, but we know with that bring issues of how do we maintain productivity and how do we maintain relationships, and this document really helps to do that. So it's broken down into 4 areas: flexible work, community and connection, wellness, learning, and growth. And we have all staff working on what are the expected behaviors within your team. So there's going to be some organizational aspects to it. There's going to be team norms that are developed as well. And we see this as a way for us to actually get the culture that we want. And so lots of engagement happening. We have our town hall meeting coming up in mid-April. We have a every 2-year survey that's coming up in the fall of all staff, and we will continue to look at ways that is responsive to creating a very inclusive and an environment that people want to work so that we're a competitive employer in the Greater Toronto Area. Next slide. Cybersecurity. All of you have or will soon have email addresses and laptops that are encrypted. One of the things that we know really drives knowledge and behavior are the training modules that we provided before we issued laptops to all of you. We provided it to all staff. We have to be on extra alert at all times with respect to things that can go wrong just using your technology on a day-to-day basis. And I am going to urge you all to do these video vignettes on a monthly basis. They are very simple. They're 5 minutes, maybe 10 if you go back and look at some content again. Very short and really impactful. They have a lot of great information. You can see our February completion rate. I would say I've been told that staff is really 100% because of the ones that haven't done it, they're on leave for various reasons. So we want council and committees to be 100%. We're going to look at different reminders. We might have the president give you a shout if we know which individuals haven't done them. But please look at those. They are really great content and very short and quick to do. Next slide. I also want to point out that 2 of our staff, Michelle Tremblay and Michelle Cabrera-Gali, and you've met both of them, recently submitted a poster for the Alliance for Healthier Communities Conference on access to care, and it was accepted. And again, it's just another way in which we're trying to be more visible in terms of access to care, what we're doing. We know that our lane is potentially narrow, but we know that our influence can be great. And so being visible with groups that are very interested in improving access to care more generally, but also oral health care is one of our key strategic tactics. A lot of different ways that we're communicating. I'm not going to list them. They're on the slide, but really active in the communications department over the last 3 months as well. Next slide. And I'm going to close now with just a very brief overview of the corporate dashboard. These are indicators that we've developed that are operational. So normally you wouldn't see them. They're operational for our leaders and our staff, but they're provided to you in terms of specific indicators that are bigger projects. These are areas where we want to improve structure or we want to improve process. I think the one you're most familiar with is the investigations area, where you saw indicators of timelines and backlogs over the last 2.5 years. And we have a mechanism now to be able to provide you with these ongoing results. I don't have any slides really to show you all the indicators that were in the package of materials, but please spend a few moments to take a look at them, and always happy to answer any questions both at council and outside of the meeting as well. So we're looking for things that are fairly significant operational changes. Next slide. And this is just a slide of those indicators that we're currently providing to you and we're currently monitoring at the leadership level across the different areas. Next slide. And just to ground you in how we will do this, there are some metrics that we will retire. And that means that you won't see them because we've reached a stage where we believe that the goal has been met and that we are now in the sustainability mode. So internally, we will continue to look at the indicators through our leadership teams, but you won't be seeing some of them because they have been met. And I think it's my last slide, next, is really just to give you an overview of some of the areas that we have retired. Because I think this is a real cause for celebration, and all staff have been involved to a great degree in all of these areas. But 55% decrease in open case files over the last 2.5 years from investigations. From an information technology perspective, creating the bridge back in 2020 when I started and having multiple new releases, but really trying to unify how staff access information and how we deal with case management and other information that we need to do our jobs. Facilities inspection program, looking at the provisional CT facility permits. There were a number of them, and we needed to clear them, and we did over 9 months ahead of the 12-month schedule. And then the quality area has developed, as the dentists all know, e-portfolio, which is a great way for us to really better manage the CE cycle. And now we have the ability to do early warnings, automated, so we can let all dentists know this is where you are in your cycle, CE cycle, and this is what you need to achieve in the next 3 months, and we can have more reminders. And we don't have to just audit 2% because it was a very manual process. We can audit 100% now. So these are all areas that staff have been working very hard on to accomplish. And more to come. You have other metrics in the materials, and those are the ones that we will continue to report to you on. And if you can go to the next slide, I think that is my last. Yes. So open for questions now. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Haas?
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question going back to the antimicrobial stewardship plan, which, first of all, I think that's great, and I commend the college for being involved in that and supporting it. And I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but you mentioned that the people at RCDSO will be using the Ontario Drug Benefit Plan as their database, yet ODB only covers a subset of society. So how will they extrapolate those data to come to a general conclusion about anything, really? Do you know?
So I can't speak to the science behind it, but I can speak to the fact that there are limitations in some of the data. That is one of them. I think the opportunity or the advantage with an organization like ICES is they have access to, I'm going to say literally hundreds of provincial and national data sets. So they have a way to triangulate information. In this case, they may be limited by a data set that only applies to a small proportion of the population, but they also have ways to figure out their scientific methods to know what is statistically significant or not. I think we're looking at this as a way to describe antibiotic prescribing in the province, which may lead to other scientific endeavors, but at this point it's really looking at a descriptive study.
Okay, thank you. And I would support what I believe Dr. Solomon said as well. I think it'd be great to look at opioid prescribing practices as well. But the limitation's always been how to get an accurate database, because there are different drug plans. You can't really capture that unless you do a broader survey, which I think the RCDSO did about 10 years ago. So those are two areas that I think would be very good for the RCDSO to be involved in as much as possible.
And I will suggest, with the President's concurrence, that at some point we have representatives from ICES come and speak to this council. And we can talk a little bit about some of the ways in which they're able to deal with the kinds of questions that you ask, but also some of the opportunities for oral health care in the future.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Harinder?
Thank you, Hanno. I don't have a question. I just want to acknowledge the communication team and all the people who worked on RCDSO Connect newsletter. It's an amazing communication tool, and thank you very much for creating this. Very informative. Thank you.
Thank you, Harinder. Jamie?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me now, by the way?
Yes, we can hear you, but I think can you turn your volume up?
I wish I could. Just 1 second, please.
Oh.
You can go to someone else and I'll deal with turning up the volume.
No, we're hearing you fine now, so please go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. Dan, thank you very much for your report, comprehensive as usual. I do have a question about the Fairness Commission report. And by the way, I thought that was a great letter. And I think moderate to low, or low moderate, is a good ranking based on the things that you don't have control over. Do you ever anticipate achieving a low risk rating? Is there any way you can, get more data or get more collaboration with some of the entities that we have no control over? Just like to get your feeling there, please.
It's a complex question and answer, Jamie, and I think that we have a representative on the board from RCDSO, as does every other regulator. Noha Goma sits on the board of NDEB and certainly brings the kind of messaging that we speak about at this council table, and I have other meetings with Noha to help inform her about some of the issues that are that we're considering. I would say that if we are able to work with the NDEB and have some changes in terms of the things that you saw on the slide or in the letter, that there will be the potential to bring it down to a low. Our biggest challenge right now is there are many, many internationally trained dentists in the system who are waiting for the exams, and there's only a certain capacity. And we also, as regulators, we want to ensure that we are assessing the right things. We want to make sure that those assessments are providing the kind of information that would lead us to be confident that the individuals are going to practice safely when they're licensed. So we're trying to balance all of those different challenges and recognizing that NDEB is an independent organization and makes its own decisions, but I will say that they have been extremely collaborative with the regulators and working with us to try to address these issues globally. So I don't know, I don't have a crystal ball to say whether it will go down to low, but your first comment is absolutely right. This is not about compliance. We're in compliance. We have our registration area working to the level that is expected, and we are in full compliance. This is about, are there risks down the road that we pay attention to? So it could stay moderately low for a long time, but we'll continue to look at how to mitigate them.
Thank you. Nizar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and excellent report as always, Dan. In particular, I really do appreciate the time and energy you and Angie put into sharing written updates in terms of your report. So I wanted to pick up on a helpful theme, and then I do have perhaps a question or an observation. In your report for council members who are following along on page 188, Dan shared with us that the College of Dental Hygienists had retained external advisors as part of their governance modernization process, and gave us access to the report. When I clicked on the report, one of the observations of that external report was interesting, something that, sorry, let me just find it, in terms of their what we found activities. They made a comment about equity, diversity, and inclusion. And I wish I could find the reference. I did bookmark it, but it just disappeared on me. But they made reference basically that it felt to them as part of their governance review that a 1 hour portion of the meeting was reserved to talk about their progress around equity, diversity, and inclusion. 40 minutes of it was spent, and there was only a couple of questions, and it felt like it was just being paid lip service to. And so I very encouragingly then noted not only the internal report that's being developed by the team around thriving in a flexible work culture, and one of the themes being community and connection, which to me is is synonymous for inclusiveness. So I guess also, and just to pick up on Harinder's comment, I noticed in RCDO Connect on page 6 there was lots of reference to EDI. So where I was getting at was there seems to be wonderful work happening within the college around equity, diversity, and inclusion. Your equity officer is doing great work. It would be wonderful to get an update in the near future, particularly because as regulatory colleges are all looking towards governance modernization, I strongly anticipate we're going to be asked, and we don't want a reference such as the one that was in their own report, the CDHO's report that said, it appears to these external reviewers they've hired that they seem to have been paying lip service to something as vital as EDI.
Yeah, thank you, Nazar. Just a very quick comment. Michelle Tremblay is here. Michelle is our equity officer, and there are many activities, both at the staff level and at the governance level, this table and committees. And we're also looking at how to advance this within the profession as well. So there's a survey out right now that we can speak to later about accepting new patients and professionalism and access to care. And it does ask questions that relate to equity, diversity, and inclusion. Our goal is to integrate it with everything that we do. And so, yes, there will be separate sessions, and we can absolutely provide an update on a number of the different ways in which we're doing this. But you'll see it integrated in a lot of what you speak to here at the council table and a lot of what we do at the staff level as well. And an example would be using tools that apply an equity lens to new standards and new policies. So lots more that we can talk about, and we'll have Michelle come to a future meeting and give you an update.
Great, and I actually did just finally find it for Angie or Michelle's benefit. It's item 3.11 in their report, and I'll just very quickly, at the meeting, discussion was completed in 40 minutes with only 8 minutes of questions or comments raised by only 4 council members. Considering that the findings were described as alarming and shocking by 1 member, we question how merely referring to the matter on the registrar's and CEO report would do justice, or something around their commitment to anti-racism. So it's kind of something that can bite you if we're not paying attention to, and so I'm really pleased the RCDO is taking it so seriously.
Thank you, and thank you, Dan, for your report, and council members for your questions. The next item on the agenda revolves around the election of a public member to the Executive Committee. The Executive Committee is composed of 3 professional members of council and 2 public members of council. The Executive Committee members are elected biennially, and the current Executive Committee's term continues until the first council meeting in 2025. Mr. David Bishop has resigned his position as one of the 2 public member positions on the Executive Committee, creating a vacancy on that committee. With the consent of the President, I would like to hand over the proceedings for the next section to Dan.
And thank you. And the reason I will facilitate the election process is just, it is a responsibility of the registrar in the new council when the executive is first voted. And I asked both Hanno and Harinder what they would like. So I will, if you'll indulge me, I'll take us through this process. So as the first step, and in accordance with our bylaws, I'd like to recommend to council the appointment of 2 returning officers for the supervision of the election to the Executive Committee. I'm recommending Jeffrey Goldberg, our Chief Financial Officer, and Dana Simon, our Senior Counsel, Professional Conduct and Regulatory Affairs. And both Jeff and Dana have been returning officers in a multitude of previous elections. The returning officers are going to supervise the e-voting. They will receive the vote count and the results of the election, and then report to me as the registrar, and I'll in turn report to the President and to you. So I'll explain in a minute, but the virtual world has made counting and reporting somewhat easier, and we've experienced this as a council. It is different from some of the previous experience pre-COVID, but this item first here is for your approval, and it's a motion that I will ask to be put on the screen. Motion number 2, that the scrutineers, returning officers for the election of a public member to Executive Committee of March 28th, 2024 be Dana Simon and Jeffrey Goldberg. If I could have a mover. Mark, seconder. Osama. And any discussion? Call the question. All in favor? I see lots of hands. So that motion is approved. Thank you. I have received 2 indications of interest prior to the meeting for the position of public member. And in alphabetical order, they are Nazar Ladak and Brian Smith. I'd like to confirm their interest at this point. Nazar, are you still interested in joining the executive committee?
I am.
Thank you. Brian, do you remain interested in joining the executive committee?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Are there other nominations or self-nominations from the floor? And I would ask you that if you are going to nominate somebody, I hope you have pre-approved it and talked to them beforehand, but I will leave it open to see if there are any nominations for the second public member from the floor. Okay. Seeing none, today, you'll be voting for the public member to be appointed to the executive committee, and we'll be using a confidential Zoom polling. The election and the voting will be using Zoom and will be the same experience for those in the room and those online. I'll walk you through some of the main elements of the voting procedures. So Angelo, our Manager of Communications, and Aldwin, our Director of IT, are preparing the ballot. Angelo will also receive the votes as aggregate numbers only. They will not be individualized to any particular person. And he will declare to me that all the ballots have been cast, and he will screenshot the results to our returning officers, and they will review the results. So there are 24 of you, and we're hoping for 24 votes. The results will be communicated to me, and I will convey them to council, as I said. And we ask for your patience, although this is one election, not like in the usual election period where there are multiple elections. But we will have some periods of downtime, and hopefully as short as possible. So all of you will use Zoom on your laptops, and the polls will appear shortly on the screen for council members only. If anyone's on a cell phone, only on a cell phone, and doesn't have Zoom available, and I don't think that applies today, but you can email your votes to Dana. And by doing so, you are acknowledging that your vote will not be secret. It will be known to Dana only. I'm not aware of anyone today, as I said, who's using this method, but please speak up if you are. We have lots of college IT staff on hand who are on standby should you require technical support during the election process. And in the unlikely event that a council member completely loses internet access, but you still want to vote, IT staff will be available to you and put you in touch directly with Dana, our returning officer. So we know that this is a very reliable method for voting, but we do ask for everyone's patience while we take the time to do each step correctly. The mechanics for you will be very simple, I hope, and when I call for the vote, it will appear on your screen, and you will click the circle beside the name, and you will hit submit. And only hit submit when you double check it, because you can't get it back. So please measure twice and cut once. So don't rush. Are there any questions about the process? And then I'm going to turn it to the candidates for some brief remarks. And we'll absolutely take your questions as we proceed as well. So candidates are now invited to address council, and I'll remind you that if you're elected, you'll be invited to say a few words to council as well. You're not obliged to address council, but you'll receive the opportunity to do so. I'm not going to be timing it, but if you could keep your comments brief, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and everyone please mute your microphones during the address. So I'm going to go in alphabetical order, and I'll start with Nazar Ladak. Nazar, would you like to address council?
I would, very much so. Thank you, Dan, and Mr. Chair and Mr. President. Before I share a little bit about my skills and competencies for the Executive Committee, as well as my motivation, excuse me, to serve on the Executive Committee, I actually wanted to take a little bit of time in my remarks to acknowledge a few people. I've been on the RCDSO for the past year, and I actually wanted to, in this public forum, to thank the Minister and her staff for this opportunity to serve my fellow Ontarians. I also wish to acknowledge our Registrar, Dan, and our Assistant Registrar, Andrea, for their leadership in assembling what I consider to be a first-rate team in the RCDSO. As I serve on the RCDSO's various committees, I always feel very well supported, and I'm routinely impressed by the caliber of the staff and the teammates that work here. Finally, as I've gotten to know the other public members, I'm encouraged that whatever the outcome of today's election, Ontario's public will be well served. With regards to my professional experience, My biography is on the Public Appointments Secretariat's website, along with many of you, and I encourage you to review it. You can also review my professional background on LinkedIn, and if you wish to connect with me, I'd be most pleased. I wanted to take just a few moments to share some brief highlights from my career, which I consider to be germane in terms of my interest in serving on the Executive Committee. For the past 30 years, I've held progressively senior roles such as Chief Executive Officer, Chief Information Officer, Chief Operating Officer, and Executive Vice President, primarily in healthcare. Each of these roles have been either in teaching hospitals or with provincial or federal government non-governmental organizations. Over the course of my career, I've merged 3 organizations into one on 2 separate occasions. I've built 3 startup organizations, and I share these examples because with the registrar, I share these examples because these experiences resulted in a series of lessons learned, which I really hope to share with our registrar on any operational or strategic issues that he or Andrea may face. I've also led several sector transformations involving quality of care and process improvement initiatives. These have resulted in new practice changes within healthcare and new quality of care legislation within Ontario's healthcare system. Over the last several years, as the chief executive of a new federal organization, I've led a cultural transformation in Canada's academic sector involving 50,000 academic researchers across 162 universities. The initiative was so successful that we resulted in $573 million in new funding from the federal government in 2018. Finally, I've served on 7 boards, including the RCDSO, over the past 15 years. In sum, I believe these experiences will be helpful to the registrar as the RCDSO participates in governance modernization and regulatory profession reform over the next few years. In my remaining time, Mr. Chair, I wish to speak to my motivations for serving on the RCDSO executive. Fellow council members, I'm probably one of the proudest Canadians you'll ever meet. My family arrived in Canada as refugees on May 14th, 1973. We celebrate that date with the same fanfare as any birthday or anniversary in our family. You see, my family was forcibly exiled from my birth country, Uganda. Following a military coup, all South Asians were told to leave within 90 days and leave behind all of our possessions and our assets or face most uncertain death. Young boys were immediately taken into the military, and young girls were raped and discarded at the use of soldiers' hands. My family escaped in the dark of night under the protection of the Canadian Red Cross. We spent 6 months in a refugee camp before Canada opened its borders to us. Arriving in Toronto, penniless, we benefited from Canada's social services. Council, I stand before you as evidence that Canada's social net can work. I was able to pursue my undergraduate and my graduate degrees at the University of Toronto solely because of programs and government financial assistance such as OSAP. As a result, it's been my conviction to give back to the country I love so dearly. Following my graduate degrees, when it came time to choose my profession, I chose the one thing I believe is more Canadian than the maple leaf: publicly funded and administered healthcare. In conclusion, a maxim which has guided my personal and professional life is a rising tide lifts all boats. I believe when society works together like a rising tide, we can lift each other towards a better outcome. Therefore, I expressed my interest to stand for election to the Executive Committee to continue my legacy of service, which I hope to give to the RCDSO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nazar. Brian Smith, would you like to address council?
Yes, thank you very much. Members of council, ladies and gentlemen listening in the audience, it is a pleasure to have the opportunity to share a few remarks with you with respect to my interest in continuing to serve as a public member, and in this case on the Executive Committee. I was initially appointed to the council in March of 2020, and are pleased that I was reappointed recently for another 3-year term. Over my tenure with RCDSO, I've had ample opportunity to be involved in a number of activities, including the Discipline Committee, the ICRC Panel Number 1, Patient Relations Committee, Emergency Class Regulation Working Group, and in addition to diversity, equity, and inclusion training, and trauma-informed practices. The professionalism working group, and access to care consultation are just a few others. My experience over the past 3 years has allowed me to touch on a number of the activities that the council is involved with, and I have been impressed with the quality and dedication of not only the council members, but certainly the staff. We are blessed, in my opinion, to have staff that are exceptional, and under the leadership of Dan, we have been able to accomplish a great deal of things to better serve and meet the mandate of RCDSO is to serve the public interest in providing high-quality, accessible oral health care to the residents that we serve. As we all know, too, there's been many changes that have taken place in the last few years, and certainly there will be more to come and as the over the next couple of years. We only have to think about the presentation we received last evening on AI and how that will have an impact on the services that we attempt to provide. But those challenges and opportunities, I believe, we're up to the case of able to accomplish those and improve the working relationships for our staff, and certainly the opportunities for board members to council members to make a contribution on an ongoing basis of their skills and observations. I have had the opportunity over a myriad of years to serve in a number of governance capacities as chair of Loyalist College in Belleville, their Board of Governors, to the Belleville General Hospital Quinte Healthcare Board, and other things that are related to healthcare services, but certainly serve the broader community and are affected by, in some cases, forces outside of our control. But I am looking forward, hopefully, to the opportunity of serving at the executive and the good work that's been currently doing, that the executive has been doing, and would certainly appreciate your consideration of that. I want to take a moment as well to thank David Bishop for his work on the executive committee. David and I are somewhat similar in that we have both served as honorary colonels for the Canadian Armed Forces, and I know David is looking forward to the 100-year anniversary celebrations that will take place later this year. So with those comments, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian, and thank you, Council. So I'm now going to ask for the ballots to be delivered, and can I have clarification that the ballots are going only to council members or those in the Zoom room? So if you're in the Zoom room, which is obviously the individuals here, close the ballot. We're expecting 24 returned ballots from council members only. So if we can have the ballots delivered. And the returning officers are going to now confer outside of the room. So please, if you are not council, close the ballot. And we'll ask for your patience for a few minutes. And this is not a formal break.
Some of the ballots have disappeared from the computers around here.
So we'll just hold for a second while we sort this out. Okay, they've reappeared, so please cast your vote.
Anthony?
I already voted, but it's back up on my screen. What should I do? Thanks.
Yeah.
So we're waiting on one more vote. I'm not sure if it's in the room or in the virtual environment, but please vote if you have not.
So we have the votes and result is Mr. Brian Smith has been elected to the executive for rest of the term. Brian, would you like to say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm humbled and sincerely appreciate your support in being elected to this executive. and we'll look forward to certainly working with the members of the executive and Dan and all the staff to bring forward the important work that we have before us and will in future. So I've enjoyed my service with RCDSO, and I'm sure the challenges and the opportunities that we'll have in future will not be less, but be interesting. And I look forward to serving and working with everyone, and thank everyone for their contributions to RCDSO and the people, the public that we're here to serve. So thank you, and we look forward to that. Thank you.
Congratulations, Brian, and thank you all. As we prepare for the morning break, I would just like to indicate that when we return from the break, we will be going directly into an in-camera session. So for those people who are live streaming, we will continue that part of the meeting at 11:15. For the in-camera session, we will just have our council members, along with the registrar and the senior leadership team. And now if I could have the next motion on the screen, please. Motion number 3 is that the public be excluded from the meeting of the council pursuant to clause 7(2)(f), and that financial or personal or other matters may be disclosed of such a nature that the harm created by the disclosure would outweigh the desirability of adhering to the principle that meetings be open to the public. And if I could have a mover, please. Moved by Ram, seconded by Anthony Lichaud. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, well, we've got 23 yeses so far, so I'm going to declare that motion carried. Thank you. You can turn off your cameras in here if you would like, and we will reconvene for our in-camera session at 10:41. Thank you.
advisor is to show that RCDSO is really applying a rigorous process and demonstrating responsible stewardship of its resources. And then finally, the external advisor can help maximize the financial return to RCDSO and also, importantly, structure the process in a way that's going to give the best outcome to the college and the PLP staff as well. And so, next slide, please. So to begin this process, in January of this year, an RFP was issued through an invitational competitive process. And this meant reaching out to 3 large professional service networks that really had demonstrated that they have a solid understanding of not only mergers and acquisitions, but also working with not-for-profit organizations as well. And so three proposals were received. Yeah. Oh, I'm running the slides? Oh, that's the problem. I didn't realize that. There were nothing fancy, so you didn't miss anything. Okay, thanks. So we received 3 proposals, and using a comprehensive scoring methodology, 2 qualified for an interview. It looks like I'm now connecting on Zoom. Is that what's supposed to happen? Am I already in?
You're in. We're going to get Angelo to share them out.
Okay. Should I stop or keep going?
Keep going, please.
Okay. Interviews were done with two of the organizations, and reference checks were completed, and there is one firm that has stood out as the preferred candidate. And a month ago in February, the executive committee approved a motion for staff to begin negotiating and start setting up a contract with the preferred candidate. Okay, am I still directing these slides?
No one
No.
has, no one's seen them.
No one's even seeing them. Okay, so I just have to be able to see my slides so I can.
Hi, Marco. I'll share the slides. It's Angelo. Just give me a moment. Can you let me know what slide you're on?
Yep, I am on slide 5.
Thank you. Just give me a moment.
Okay, thanks. Okay, great, thanks. One thing that is really important to flag as we're talking about this is that this is not a typical divestment process that most big M&A firms would normally be dealing with. And it's really important that through this process, the public interest be maintained as one of the most important factor to consider in the transition. And one of the things we were looking for during the process of selecting an expert advisor was that they really understand the not-for-profit environment. And the preferred candidate really stood out as having a particularly relevant experience in this area of work and an understanding of how the mergers and acquisition principles can be applied in this very unique situation. And so for this case, we were told by council at the last meeting that the goal is to really apply this turnkey approach and to preserve as much of the current PLP as possible in the transition. And so it's really not driven by profit. What is going to be driving the discussion here is that the key program elements, the assumptions, the guiding principles that were all included in the December briefing note for council and that were informed by the member survey are really maintained through the transaction parameters and the decisions that are made throughout the process. And so to help keep the team accountable to making sure that we're adhering to these principles and these goals is that council oversight is going to be really critical for that. And that's going to be maintained through a commitment to provide council either updates or seek approvals and direction at all upcoming meetings. In between council meetings, there will be frequent touch points with executive committee. And then thirdly, the establishment of a procurement review group. Next slide. And the procurement review group was something that council directed in December to set up a group that's established by the executive committee to really provide oversight over this process. And the actual terms of reference of this group is still in development. We're waiting for the advice from the expert advisor to really gel that together and make sure we're using this group to the best way possible. But we're expecting that they're going to be responsible for providing governance oversight associated with really holding ourselves accountable to making sure that the priorities that were agreed to by council in December are built into the transaction process. Reviewing the divestment strategy, including defining those parameters of a successful transaction. And then when the time comes, reviewing a short list of candidates and providing a recommendation to council for approval. So that group is in the process of being named and will be communicated shortly. All right, next and final slide is the next steps. And once a contract is signed, the advisor will begin to work with RCDSO and the procurement review group on what is probably the most important part of the work, the preparation phase. And then the plan is to have council be provided with an update presentation by the advisor sometime this spring. So that's all I have for now. I'll stop here for any questions and discussion.
Thank you, Margot. Any questions at this point in time? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much for attending and for your participation today. We're going to move on to the next item on the agenda then, please, Council. It's an item for discussion, and it regards access to care, one of the projects under the strategic plan. This item is for your information, and materials can be found on pages 239 to 246. I'm going to ask Deputy Registrar Andrea Foti to provide an introduction and some comments. Andrea will then introduce the project lead for access to care, Michelle Cabrera-Gali. Andrea?
Thank you, and good morning, Council. My pleasure to talk to you today about access to care and introduce this topic. As you know, access to care has been a priority of this Council for a number of years now. Was included in our first strategic plan and is part of the current strategic plan. We have been, together with other strategic projects, providing Council with updates on our progress. You can see that both in the dedicated briefing note that you have in your package, starting at page 239, and also in the strategic plan report. Really pleased today to have with us online Michelle Cabrera-Gali. Michelle is a member of our policy team, and she is our project manager for this project. And in a moment, I'm going to pass it to her, and she has a short deck for you and is going to really talk to you about areas of focus, progress we've made, and the focus in particular for this year's work in this project. So Michelle, thank you so much, and I hand it to you.
Thank you, Andrea. I'm just going to bring up my slides now, so just bear with me for a moment. Okay, so I trust that you're able to see them. If not, please stop me. So thank you very much for the introduction, Andrea, and I'm pleased to be here today to provide you with an update on the Access to Care strategic project. And just by way of reminder, these are the 4 areas of focus in our strategic project. And as Andrea mentioned, you do have a dedicated briefing note in your materials on this topic. And I also wanted to highlight for you that we do have a dedicated Access to Care Initiatives webpage that's available to the public and anyone else who wants to see the college's work in this area. And it provides an overview of the work dating back to 2017. And it also includes an overview of our current strategic project. And we do update this webpage regularly to reflect the progress that has been made. So just wanted to flag this as another resource you have, and it's available to the public as well if you ever want to see what the project is about or the progress that's being made in between council meetings. So the note today in your materials and the focus of the presentation, as Andrea said, will be really on the areas that we're focusing on in 2024 and beyond. So they include these 3 areas of focus on the screen, and I'll highlight some of the key activities that we've accomplished since you last met in December. So for information sharing and education, there is a brand new resource that's available on our public access to care webpage that looks like this. So it is a low cost and specialized dental clinic resource that members of the public or even providers themselves can put in their address, a postal code, or a city, and it will pull up all of the low cost and specialized dental clinics in the area. So you can see here in this example, I've typed in Toronto and it pulls up, it's integrated with Google Maps, so you can actually see where the clinics are located in Toronto. We also have a new Canadian Dental Care Plan, or the CDCP webpage, and it provides information for patients and also providers on the plan, and we update this page to reflect the information that we receive from the government on the details of this new program. And Dan alluded to this in his registrar's report, but some very exciting news coming out of the Quality Assurance Committee in that the Special Olympics Ontario was just approved earlier this month by the Quality Assurance Committee as a sponsor. So as Dan mentioned, what this means is that dentists who complete their modules that they have on the provision of care to people living with intellectual disabilities would be eligible for CE points. And this is an incredible partnership that we have with Special Olympics Ontario, and really reflects our objective in the CE area for this project, which is to recognize dentists who are doing continuing education in areas to improve their practice, to improve access to care in their practices, and then also to incentivize dentists to potentially exploring the various CE opportunities that are available to help improve access to care in their practices. So this is a wonderful new development that I'm glad we're able to share with you today. In terms of the professional expectations area of focus, we are exploring the development of 2 new documents. So the first is a professionalism guide that would set out the values, principles, and duties of the profession. And we see this as really a foundation for all of our standards of practice. And the second document would be a new standard of practice on accepting new patients. And the key objective in developing these 2 documents would be to provide guidance to dentists on the provision of culturally safe, inclusive, equitable, and accessible care that's free from discrimination. And how we're developing these documents is with the help of these various groups and using these various tactics that I'll describe for you in the next couple of slides. So firstly, we are striking a working group to provide direction on the content that should be included in these documents. We are planning on striking an advisory group, which would be comprised of representatives from other organizations and patient groups, and this would be to provide advice and information to the working group. We have a number of consultation and engagement tactics that we're using to ensure that we hear from patients, the public, the profession, and other interested parties. And then lastly, we're also planning to do some public polling. So this would be a way to get the perspectives and opinions of a representative sample of the population in Ontario. So in terms of the working group, since the briefing note was written, we've confirmed the membership of the working group, which appears on this slide. And I won't read the names, but they're there for your information. And I want to highlight that we do have 4 council members on the working group. And there is parity with respect to the public and professional members of council on this group. You will notice that there are quite a few dentists on the group, and this was seen as necessary because we needed some subject matter expertise on the areas of professionalism. But we are using a number of different tactics to try to ensure that we have the patient and public voice represented and reflected in the work. And I'll highlight some of those ways in the next couple of slides. So the advisory group, which I already mentioned, we're planning on having representation from the ODA, from the other oral health colleges in Ontario. And then we're looking to put representatives from patient-focused or equity-focused organizations. And what we're really hoping to have is some people with lived experience on the group that are able to share those perspectives with the working group as we move forward in developing these 2 documents. As you know, and as you heard, we are currently conducting a preliminary consultation on accepting new patients and professionalism. And this is currently being done by way of an online survey that's available. And this survey closes in April. So it's been open for over 60 days now. And what our communications team has done is put together a poster, which you see on the screen here, and a postcard. And these resources have a QR code to our consultations page. So what we're doing is reaching out to health system partners, so organizations that support patients, for example, and we're asking them if they can distribute the poster or the postcards within their networks. So the objective in doing this is to try to get the word out to as many patients or caregivers or healthcare professionals about our consultation and try to encourage particularly those from the patient population to participate and share their perspectives with us. In terms of the other consultation and engagement tactics, we're also planning on consulting with the Citizen Advisory Group. So this is a group that Dan mentioned also in his registrar report. And it's a group of patients and caregivers that we have access to as a resource. And we're going to use them to help us develop policy and other regulatory matters. So that's one way we're specifically ensuring that we're hearing from patients. We are planning to attend the Ontario Dental Association annual spring meeting in April. We have a booth there, and we're planning on handing out those postcards, so a version of what you saw on the previous screen, to the attendees at that meeting. And again, the purpose would be to direct people to our consultations page and encourage them to participate and share their views with us. And we deliberately left the consultation open until after this ASM to allow the attendees to engage with us at that event and hopefully drive participation. Then Dan also mentioned this in his registrar report, but we were accepted, our poster for the Alliance for Healthier Communities conference was accepted. So this conference is in June, and it's a really unique opportunity, I think, for us to engage with patients directly, so the attendees of this conference, with CHC, so Community Health Center staff that will be in attendance, and other healthcare providers. So we'll have an opportunity to talk to them about our access to care work and our equity, diversity, and inclusion work, and use it as an opportunity to get feedback from them on issues related to accepting new patients and professionalism. And then last but not least, we submitted a proposal to present at a Canadian National Regulators Conference that's in October. So fingers crossed that will be accepted for that. And again, it would be to talk about our work on access to care and in a national forum. So that's all I have prepared for you. And I'll turn it back over to Hanno, but Andrea and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have on this project.
Thank you very much, Michelle. I'm going to look around to see if there are any questions either for you or for Andrea. And I'm not seeing any, so thank you again for your presentation and thank you for attending. So at this point in time, Council, we are going to get ready to break for lunch. We will reconvene at 1:30. So I would ask that you sort of make your way into this chamber at 1:25 so that we can have a, because it is a 1:30 start, right? Okay. So to that way, thank you for your contributions this morning. Thank you for your questions and your discussion this morning. And as I said, please start back into this room at 1:25 so that we can begin at 1:30 for our afternoon session. You can probably turn off your video and then just walk away from the computer. Thank you so much.
that beats the #1 luxury serum. A super glow for your best skin yet. Olay.
In the early morning rain, no place to go. Out on runway number 9, big 707 said to go. But I'm stuck here in the grass, where the cold wind blows. Now the liquor tastes good, and the women all move fast. Well, there she goes, my friend. She's going down in west. Hear the mighty engines roar. Soon burn all night. She's away westward bound. Far above the clouds, she'll fly. Well, the morning breeze will blow, and the sun will shine. She'll be flying my boat. Cause I'm stuck here on the ground. In Georgia land, like a cannon.
Welcome back, everyone. Just a reminder to please turn your video on if you have not already done so. We're beginning our afternoon with a conversation about the Canadian Dental Care Plan. It is, of course, a continuation of our previous theme of access to care, and it concerns a significant tactic that will begin to address the expansion of oral health care in this country. The plan was announced late last year and is now accepting applications for patients and registration from dentists. This has been a subject of considerable discussion in the media since the program's launch, and as the Deputy Registrar will outline for you, considerable interest from Canadians. There was a briefing note on this issue in your package from pages 247 to 251, and this is an item for discussion. And Andrea, I'm going to turn it over to you, please.
Wonderful. Thank you, Hanno. Our goal in raising this at Council today is kind of twofold. This program is a huge development in the oral health landscape, so quite notable in terms of its scope, in terms of its objectives. And we also recognize that not all members of council may have equal information about the program. So we wanted to try to provide, and you can see here, there's some fairly basic background material just in an effort to make sure everyone's on the same page in terms of what this program is, how does it fit in with the government's objectives. So my intent here is really just to pick out a couple of issues. I won't go over everything in detail. I'll leave you to review it on your own time. But just in that spirit, I'll note for you here. That's okay. I'm just getting a bit of a back echo. I'll note for you here that this is the second phase of the government's work. So initially, the government came out with a benefit plan that was targeted at children under 12. And had said at the time that was an interim benefit. There was a longer, larger plan in scope. So this, fast forward, the CDCP is that plan. There's some eligibility criteria set out. They are rolling out the program and plan to eligible populations in a staggered basis. So they've started with seniors. And we've seen, and probably the figures in the briefing note are a bit stale at this point, given they're a couple weeks old. But at the time of writing, I think we noted there was 1.3 million seniors had signed up already. The dentists on council will likely have received information from other quarters around different component parts, how you can participate, and so on. I'll flag for you, and you heard from Michelle on this, we do have a dedicated webpage on the CDCP. Given the relationship of CDCP to access to care, we felt a key area where the college could contribute was to make sure we could share information with the public and the profession about the program, about its details. So we've done that, and the communications department's done a great job adding to that as we learn more. We've supported, when asked to, the government with questions that are specific to issues in our mandate. So that will continue as needed. And also highlighted here, there are a couple of issues that are on our radar, and we'll be coming back to you with more on these. But as we're learning more about the program and hearing about it, two things that have come up. The first is the issue of balance billing. I've included in the note a bit of an explanation for what that is. So essentially, if there's a difference between the customary fee a dentist would charge versus the remuneration from the government, the option can be for a dentist to charge the patient the balance. So the patient makes up that balance. So, you know, it's not a practice that's unique to the CDCP. Some programs that are under government funding prohibit balance billing. That's not the case here. The CDCP does allow it, but it is optional. Dentists don't have to do it. They may choose to do so. So there's some issues there that we're going to be looking at, and we'll come back and have a further discussion in May. Another issue that's come up is something called on-site verification audits. This is part of an auditing, a suite of auditing tactics that the government has talked about, generally aimed at the goal of ensuring in that we're dealing with public money, ensuring the accuracy in spending of public money. An on-site verification audit is sort of as it sounds. It's an instance where the government, via Sun Life, who's administering the program, could attend at a dentist's office to look into some billing issues. We know that this practice has occurred in another program, the NIHB. I think we're still gathering some information on this, but we have heard to date that the government intends this to be an option of last resort. So it would be one that they would lean into if other tactics don't give them the information they need. So again, we've had some initial input into discussions to date. We expect that will be ongoing. So this is another issue that we're looking at. So that's really my objectives for today. Dan obviously has been involved in this, as has Harinder to some extent. Happy to answer questions if you have them.
Thank you, Andrea. I'm not seeing any. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Rod?
Andrea, good afternoon. I heard some unconfirmed rumors that the program rollout, there was some worry amongst dentists about the rates that they would glean from this program, and that it might affect the uptake rate. Is that a concern at all?
I think certainly we haven't been involved in those discussions in that it's not germane to our mandate. But I do believe the ODA has been involved in conversations of that nature. I think we have an initial fee guide from the government as to the rate of remuneration, and with an update on that expected to come in April. The information we have to date suggests that the rate of remuneration from the government will be, I think it's in the range of between 80 to 90% for essential dental services. But again, this is not an issue we have dug into in detail, in that it's really not within our mandate. So I hope that helps, Rod.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Robin?
Hi, everyone. So I do have questions kind of related to negotiations with the government on this at all, and whether the college is involved, or any opportunities to speak with Minister Holland. I would kind of like to comment before asking, in that there's a few things that concern me with this program, and my main concern, of course, being access to care. We all want that. A big concern that I don't know why it's not more of an issue, even at the college level, because I think we should be proud that we've self-governed, and providing access to care is always a concern, and that our concern for public safety and public access is always there, and we've always done this proudly. But the risk of collapse of insurance programs for dentistry is huge, and there's just not a lot in this new thing coming out to say that it can't prevent the collapse of the dental insurance industry, which means there's going to be a whole lot more people needing access to care. And as we know with government, they're always operating in the negative. And if they put money into this now, it's not like they're really going to increase it every year. And if the collapse of the insurance industry for dentistry and, potentially pharmacology, because that's in discussion, collapses, and I think we're going to have a really sincere collapse in small town rural dentistry access to care. Smaller offices are going to suffer, and the access in those areas. So I just think because they've made this so broad, people are canceling their private insurance. The government, Health Canada, when you go on their webinars, they're telling people if you want access to this, cancel your private insurance. And it's only a matter of time before big companies, Hydro One, CIBC, and that say, well, people are canceling anyways. Why don't we take this off the menu and not have dental insurance? And then you're going to have a bigger area of population that has an access of care concern. So I think we're so busy looking at the small picture that we're not looking at the big infrastructure. My second comment is that I find frustrating is the millions of dollars that have gone into developing this program in 2023 directly to an insurance company and not a penny into anybody's mouths yet. When there are existing provincial programs that do cover these areas, they just need to be funded better. They probably need to broaden their scope, which was probably promised initially, like everything else, we'll start here and we'll improve it, but they never do. Those programs exist in all provinces and they're there to be used. And now we're just burdening with more administration and quadruplicating the bureaucracy and the administration and the millions of dollars that have gone to an insurance company this year that could have gone straight into provincial programs. The other thing is, I don't just, from a perspective of practice, we haven't had any new patients calling in looking for access on this program, but we have had lots of existing patients canceling their insurance and or calling in about it who really are affording care to date. So I don't know that it's hitting the right population at all, the population that they're hoping to hit. And I'm not seeing that at all. I'm seeing current people who are already paying, looking for a better deal. And that's not really opening up access to those areas. Whereas I think the provincial programs really do hit on those areas. They just haven't been funded properly. They need a little bit of expansion here and there for sure. Definitely wisdom teeth for teenagers is a huge issue that used to be covered that now isn't covered. And some people just can't afford to get those and they're inflamed and abscessed. And that is a huge concern. And it used to be covered by provincial programs, is not anymore. I think they just needed to fix the programs that are there. Just in interest of not using up too much more time, I just am really concerned that this program is going to destabilize an existing industry that's self-governed and done well and been always thinking of the public, always in the public's best interest, and we're handing it over to the government and that they're not always in it for the public's best interest. And you can see that in the medical profession right now. If you look at the medical field, look at general doctors, GPs, the whole bottom level of the medical system is falling out right now. And the government's just moving on and shaking hands and making new deals and not dealing with the fact that there's nobody going into general physician medicine anymore because the government's not paying them properly and not dealing with the issues that are there. So I'm just really concerned about whether there's more opportunity for any of us to speak with Minister Holland. And from what I've heard, it hasn't been a negotiation to date. It's more just us being told that this is running.
Thanks, Robin. There's a lot here, and I'm just sort of conscious. Some of these conversations, I believe, maybe Dan or Harinder have been involved in more so than I have. So I'll sort of turn to them in a moment. I would just say from what I heard, you had a number of comments about sort of the nature of the program and the relationship with provincial programs that are existing. And, I'll just say we have not had involvement in that this is a program that was created by the federal government with collaboration, as I understand it, but we have not had line of sight over, why this option as opposed to, as you said, funding existing provincial programs. So I did just want to be clear about that, but I don't know, Dan or Harinder, if you want to maybe help with some other points.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Robin. When Dan and I met Mr. Holland, I can assure you that he's very knowledgeable, he's very involved, and many points you have raised is ODA is already negotiating with them. When we had the meeting, we of course applauded the effort that government is putting this $13 billion out. Like any new program, there are always kinks in the program, and Minister accepted that, yes, there are. And I was very clear that I hope that the minister will be well advised to work very collaboratively with the professional organizations. And he assured us that that's the case. He wants to. He wants to reduce the administrative load. So these negotiations going on, all these points you have raised, I think they are being raised by ODA, and that is the proper channel to get government's attention rather than us as regulators. It was very nice for him to meet us, and we just made those comments which I've said, and I think he took it very well. He wants to work with the profession to, because profession is going to provide the care. I have not heard that lots of patients are canceling, but if you have, I think you should bring those concerns to ODA, and that is one of the things which they are negotiating with the Minister or Deputy Minister of Health Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Eckler.
Thank you very much. I also echo your concerns as well. I understand, to answer a question, the reimbursement rate is 70% of the fee guide, if I'm if that is what it is. And there's tiered reimbursement. Another concern is dentists not wanting to sign up for the program, not only because of the reimbursements, but if you read closely the rights that are given to the government and the insurance company to remove some autonomy. One concern I have is our mandate is to protect the public. And to my knowledge, almost all insurances have annual maximums associated with it. This program, to my knowledge, does not have an annual maximum. So within our profession, there are a few that may abuse, and I think it's ripe for fraud. So if we are in the looking out for the public, this is susceptible to over-treatment or treatment that is not necessarily to be done. And it will affect the public and us in a cascade of reactions. So I don't think we have a choice whether it goes through. I think it's politically motivated. And when you are talking with the minister, if we have an opportunity, again, I think there has to be a safeguard put in place for the public.
Thank you, Mark. In our conversation, that was a very important point from the minister, accountability, because it's public money, and that's why they want every penny accounted for. And I think one of the things which ODA is discussing, who should be doing the audits or on-site audits. And Dan and I have had a meeting with ODA leadership, and they prefer that if that audit is going to be done, it should be done by RCDSO rather than Sun Life. And we have taken this up with the minister, as well as we had a meeting with Health Canada through CDRAF. And the program in charge, Michelle Decotre, assured us that if RCDSO is willing to do it, they have no problem. So that accountability is number one, I mean, for public funding. And I think if everybody agrees, I think regulators can at least help in that way.
Thank you for the update. I think that we should then potentially revise our budget in the coming years if we're going to take on a new service. And accountability for me is one concern. The bigger concern is there's no annual maximum associated with the plan.
Thank you. Osama?
So I also actually wanted to echo some of Robin's comments. So a few things. I know that dentists have been very reluctant to join the CDCP because of the many holes or gaps in the setup, as well as the administrative burden that this is. It's very clear from that standpoint. And then, as was mentioned earlier, some of the risks to practices from an autonomy standpoint, like audits that don't necessarily, there's not much clarity around what type of audits there'd be in terms of retracting funds at later dates. I think, regardless of all those facts, and they are facts, obviously, and I think that dentists will continue to be very reluctant to subscribe to this. But outside of that, I think we have to ask ourselves, what is the real role of the RCDSO in this? Because if we're not going to be negotiating with the government on this, well, what is the responsibility of the RCDSO? In my mind, it is to just provide the clear and most uninterrupted facts of the situation. What is the program exactly, and make it as clear as possible, and to try to answer as many questions to give the public the information they need. For example, if you look at the balanced billing component of it, there's a large misconception in the population, the public right now, that this is a free program, and indeed it isn't for a large percentage of the people who are going to receive the services. And so fundamentally, that's actually that should be our responsibility. Leave the negotiations to the ODA and which is currently happening, and to other stakeholders and other groups. I think if we are having meetings with the ministry, I think, and we have to go back to the core message here, and that is that our responsibility as the RCDSO should be to provide the facts of what this program actually is. And I think when we do that, it'll become very apparent to the public and to dentists in terms of what our role would be in this. I have many other comments on this. There's been a lot of dentists, obviously, this has been the talk, right? Everybody's been talking about this, and there's clearly a lot of frustration from dentists. This is not a very simple formula, and it's very political, and there's a lot of moving parts. But I definitely think that what Robin's touched on are some of the same points that a lot of dentists have brought up. The last thing I'm going to say is, as a dentist who sees a lot of program patient and government patients, I will tell you that I think it's a great thing, and I think that the access to care is beautiful, and that we should always work on continuing to improve that. But the program as it stands right now, there's a lot of holes in it. There's a lot of gaps. There was no beta testing phase. We can go on and on and on. And then with the current models of kind of looking at the medical industry, as well as looking at all the our Ontario programs, ODSP, OW, and how those programs haven't been properly managed and funded over the years, there's a lot of reluctance by dentists. Like, is this going to be the same thing again? And so I think that's why there's been so few to register. I think it's like 5 to 10%, or by what the people have been saying, is only about 5 to 10% of dentists have signed up for this. I think from the RCDSO standpoint, we really should be careful about jumping on to talk about the merits of the program itself, but just kind of continue to talk about what our mandate is, and have a very kind of non-biased approach in this, because the program itself is, like we said, and we all know, is going to continue to change.
Thank you. Dan?
Well, I'll pick up a little bit on Osama's points, and that has been our tactic, and that's what we plan to stick to in terms of providing up-to-date information to the profession, as you've said, very clear. There's a lot of noise in the system right now. There's a lot of individuals who are taking the issues that we've heard about today and working with the appropriate stakeholders and parties. And we will stick to that path of providing information. This is one of those very tricky areas because we support, as a public interest organization, as council and our strategic objectives, we support access to care. We want to see more access to care. You know, whatever the number is, we hear 2/3 of Ontarians have access to some of the world-class oral health care in the world. And how do we make that happen for the other 2/3? And so I think we're really trying to walk a very fine line, because if we start to be perceived as negotiating the program details, we're going to get dragged in and put into areas that we don't want to be. But we certainly don't want issues that can be based on some kind of data or evidence that are going to detract from access when we're trying to build better access. So we're trying to walk that fine line, but right now we are just trying to make sure that the most current information is available to dentists and to the public.
Thank you. Nancy?
I think Robin was before me.
No, she's already spoken, so I'm giving you
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. So the one question I have is, my concern is the staff shortages, dental personnel in general, whether it be hygienists, assistants, or even practitioners. So would this be a situation where maybe we would consider opening the E-class of registration to facilitate that shortfall in staff to help serve this community, this population of patients seeking this type of care?
So I don't know if I can answer that in any definitive way. That, first of all, we have not completed the full implementation plan for the emergency class. Secondly, I think we have to go back to the principles upon which the emergency class was decided and enacted, and that's a council decision ultimately. So others who have been working on the implementation plan can certainly speak to the details and timing of that. I think there will be risks with that as a solution as well that this council would have to consider very carefully.
Thank you. Robin?
Hi, thanks for allowing me just to follow up. I guess actually Nancy just touched on it there with the E-class, and I think that there's going to be a lot of practices slowing down now with this program coming in and having to let staff go, and touching on what what our talk was at the last meeting with the corporate dentistry and that. I do think that this program is going to take away the small town dentistry access in those areas and build on corporate practices, because that's the only way with this program running that you'll be able to stay and keep a practice running is the large corporations with multiple staff and multiple dentists. And again, the small towns and that are going to fail badly because, as Osama said, it's about 70% of fees and our overheads, especially in rural areas, are over 75%. So it won't take long. It won't take as long as it's taken for the medical field to fail from the bottom under in dentistry, because our overheads are so huge.
Thanks, Robin. So moving on, Council, to the next item on the agenda, the RCDSO Strategic Plan 2023 to 2025. This report is a regular feature of Council meetings. It will provide Council with a summary of projects and a status report containing highlights of ongoing projects. The materials for this item are on pages 252 to 276 of your meeting package. And I'm going to ask Andrea to walk Council through the general update. Andrea?
Great, thank you, Hanno. And I'll just ask either Angela or Katie if you could bring my slide deck up. I just have a couple of short slides to take you through the information that's in your package. Okay. Great, thank you, Angelo. So as usual, this is the latest installment of our efforts to report to you on the strategic plan. What we've been doing, just as a reminder, is at each meeting, we come to you with a standing report on each of the strategic projects that we have underway. And we give you a copy of the strategic plan, just so that you have that top of mind. And so our intention is to really talk about the transformation and the movement and progress we're making across each of the 3 years. So next slide, please, Angelo. So as I said, there's a couple of tools that we rely on regularly, and you can find them starting at page 252 of your package. So as I said a second ago, it's that standing report to council. And there we remind you of the 3 pillars that underpin our plan and the objectives for each pillar. We take you through each of the 6 projects, and just to orient you, the updates that you see in each version of this report is the progress we've made since your last meeting. So the content in today's report takes you through everything that's happened since your December meeting. So each meeting of council, that section of the report will change. And then, of course, we have a dashboard report that includes KPIs for each of the strategic projects. And with the project managers, together with Eric Dessa, our data scientist, we populate the dashboard for you. Okay, so those are the 2 key tools. Next slide, please, Angela. And really, our objectives in doing this are as follows. It's a commitment for us to be transparent about the work we're doing with the strategic plan, be accountable to you as our board in terms of the work in progress that's underway, and to really share results and celebrate those. Lots of hard work happening at the staff level to move these projects forward. So this is our sort of opportunity to share those with you. Next slide, please, Angela. So one thing that's unique about the report for this council meeting is it's our first opportunity to do a bit of a recap on 2023. So 2023 was our first year under this strategic plan. Lots of great work happened over the course of the year. We have a dedicated appendix for you, and it's Appendix B in your package to this item. And in it, we go through each project and we really pull out the key highlights and accomplishments that took place over 2023, our first year of work. And happy to say, in a couple of slides, I'll take you through each project, and I'll just pull out a few of the key elements, and you can read the rest, obviously, in that appendix. But just to say, we're tracking really well in terms of our timelines, our projected timelines, and we're making great progress in each area. So Angelo, next slide, please. Okay. So 6 projects in total. The first 3 that I'll talk about, and again, I won't pause in any degree of detail here. This is just to orient you. College standards. You have a standalone briefing note, and you can hear in a moment from Cameron Thompson, who's just sitting to my right here. But one of the key accomplishments over 2023 was that Cameron and team developed a new standards prioritization framework. And it's a risk-based framework that we've used to assess all of the college's standards and resources for the profession and determine on what priority basis we need to review those documents. So that's happened. You'll hear more about that. And we've got now a list of priority work that the Quality Assurance Committee has directed us on. So that work's going to get underway. Access to care, I won't really spend any time on this. You heard from Michelle this morning. She's been working really hard. She's been partnering with Michelle Tremblay, our equity officer, as well as Susan Taylor, our director of quality, to really advance some key elements in access to care, with more to come over 2024. Service experience, under the leadership of Michelle Tremblay, we've made really significant movement here. And the one that I wanted to highlight in particular was a lot of really important steps forward in our active offer of French. So we have an in-house team that's bilingual who can offer services to a range of members of the public and registrants. We have an on-demand translation resource that we can use, and we're making our way through translating key resources and making those available on the public website. So lots of great progress there. Next slide, please, Angela. In terms of equity, diversity, and inclusion, again, a key project under Michelle Tremblay's leadership. We have, over 2023, engaged in over 50 hours of EDI training. So she has really helped us keep this topic front and center in terms of learning and raising awareness. With respect to governance, as you know, in 2023, you voted to form and populate the college's first governance committee, and that committee is hard at work, and there's an item for you later in the meeting on that. And then last but not least, Shirley, practice models in corporate dentistry. You heard in December from Denny Ogarundi. She's our project manager for this project. She has been doing some really key foundational research, desktop research, to learn about practice models, summarize research to ensure that we can share that with all of you. And shortly, with the executive committee's support, we are going to be engaging in a survey to gather some information from the public and the profession and other stakeholders on different practice models and issues. So lots more to come on that project. Next slide, please, Angela. So suffice to say, all projects, as we kick off 2024, we've started the year strong. We're building on our successes from 2023. All the projects are on track in terms of our deliverables and timelines. And you'll be seeing more from us at each of your meetings. Next slide, please, Angela. And again, the tools that we'll use are threefold. There's the report that I mentioned, the dashboard report that I mentioned, and then in some instances where we really want to highlight specific areas of progress, or if we have direction we need from you or we want some discussion, we will have some standalone briefing notes. So in your packages today, you have a briefing note on our standards project and access to care. So we'll continue that approach going forward. Next slide, please. I think that's all I have for you. So I'm happy to take questions if you have them.
Thank you, Andrea. Nizar?
Thanks, Andrea. It was a terrific presentation. I completely appreciate, the systematic way in which the standards group is going through and selecting which ones to look at. Perhaps consider this more anecdotal feedback than anything else, but I've heard from a few members and a couple of times during ICRC discussions that advertising by members seems to have come up as an issue of interest, particularly in the era of social media and with things like Yelp reviews and other things. So maybe just take it under advisement that there seems to be, at this stage, some growing interest in getting standards around that.
Okay, thanks very much.
Harinder?
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Andrea. I just want to make a comment again. The way you're presenting the information, the projects started, completed, how much is completed, infographics are excellent. Thank you so much for it's easy to follow and quick to go through it. Thank you.
Thanks, Surinder.
Mark Trudell?
Yeah, thanks, Mano. I echo Harinder's comments, and Andrea, I guess, fantastic presentation. I'm curious, I'm left with the impression you and your team are checking all the boxes with regards to progress on each of the major projects. How are you finding resource management? Are you comfortable looking in the forward mirror? Are you anticipating you have sufficient resources to continue the journey of executing and staying on track with regard to all of these projects?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. The short answer is yes. We keep an active eye on resources, staff resources, and so on. We do include consideration of budget for the strategic projects in our budget planning process. So that's wrapped up into that planning. And then in terms of staff resource and time, yes, we are keeping an eye on that, but I am confident that we will proceed. And certainly for each project, the project managers, we've got a great team leading these projects. They're seasoned. They've relied on project management tools like project charters and so on to guide that work. And we have built into the process what we've called a sort of reflection period at the end of each calendar year for the project manager and the executive sponsors to have a conversation about how is it going? Are we able to keep pace with things? Do we need to make any adjustments? And then I can tell you as a sponsor for 3 of the 6 projects, I meet regularly with the project managers to ask those same questions. How's it going? Do we need to adjust anything? Are we on track? So based with all of those supports, Mark, everything that we have right now says that yes, we're on track, we're managing this well, and I believe we'll continue to do so. And we keep a close eye on it and we'll adjust as need be and feed that back to this table.
That's great to hear. Kudos to the team again and to you in your leadership capacity. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Andrea, and for taking the questions. Next on the agenda is an update on standards of practice work, which is another project under the strategic plan. This item is for information, and the materials for this are on pages 277 to 283 every meeting package. Cameron Thompson, Manager of Policy, will walk us through these materials. Cam, I'm going to turn it over to you, please.
Thanks so much, Hanno. And I'll keep my comments brief. As you just heard from Andrea and from me at past meetings, the policy team's been working hard to assess the college's guidance for the profession, principally set out in standards of practice, and to work to identify the guidance and the standards that are most urgently in need of updating. As part of this work, we've also assessed a short list of new topics or emerging issues that aren't currently addressed by college guidance or in a standard, but perhaps should be. You can find all of this background set out in more detail in the briefing note if you wish. Looking more directly at sort of one of the key elements of this work, which is the sort of assessment of the urgency with which guidance requires an update. This work was principally anchored to the decision support tool that Andrea mentioned, that we developed expressly for this purpose, and which we presented to you last summer. It was approved by the Quality Assurance Committee for interest, and it's attached as an appendix to your briefing note if you'd like to take a look at it. I also want to emphasize, and I'll probably continue to emphasize this point, the work that we've been doing as a team is not being done in isolation. Our analysis was informed by research and analysis, as you would expect, but also advice and subject matter expertise provided by staff dentists, provided by other subject matter experts within the college, Quality Assurance Committee, Council, and we'll continue to strive to incorporate as much subject matter expertise as we can into this work. And so using the prioritization framework that I mentioned, and which, as I said, is in your materials, we have identified a subset of standards and one emerging issue that we believe are most urgently in need of updates. And this is mainly based on an assessment of risk. So the standards and the one emerging issue really came to the top of the priority list due to an assessment that there was an element of patient risk associated with each that should be mitigated in our view. And so based on our recommendations, the Quality Assurance Committee has approved 8 standards and one emerging issue as priorities. We're in the early stages of initiating those reviews, and you'll see the specifics set out in your briefing note. I won't repeat them all just in the interest of time. One additional step that I want to emphasize at this point is the work that we're undertaking to bring together a working group dedicated to supporting standards development. So this is a group that we'll be able to rely on for direction and subject matter expertise as we develop updated guidance. Some of you may recall that we had put out a call to council members to help populate this group, and I'm happy to say that we had a really positive response. We currently have 9 members of council committed to the working group, and our first meeting is scheduled for April. And this probably goes without saying, but you're going to be hearing a lot more from me and the rest of the policy team as we continue to communicate progress around this work and as we begin to advance new drafts for feedback and approval. And just as a reminder, although I'm sure you all recall, council will have an opportunity to review and approve all new drafts at a consultation stage where a new draft has been developed and is ready for external consideration, and then again for final approval. So there will be lots of opportunity to consider all of this work as it moves forward. But in the meantime, I'm happy to be available to any of you if you have questions or issues you'd like to discuss offline, but I'm also happy to take questions now if anyone has any.
Thanks, Cam. Osama?
So the approved QAC, those 8 are very, very good. Just looking at number 2, actually kind of it'd be neat going forward actually to probably have, you know, those flow charts with the milestones to see kind of where each of these 8 are at. That'd be a good visual going forward. But for number 2, I know there may have been a working group or some sort of expert group that was looking into that one, and I know, is that going to be revisited in conjunction with this new standard to create a new, like a working group with those experts that are going to be discussing all, because it's become such a, I think it was updated in like 15 years ago, so, and there's been a lot of changes in the CBCT realm, including a massive backlog of CBCT reports that need to be done. Is there going to be like an expert group of radiologists or a team that's going to be reached out to for that?
It's probably a bit early to predict exactly sort of what the stakeholder and subject matter expert engagement is going to look like for each review. But on a case-by-case basis, we're going to think very carefully about who needs to be at the table in order to inform the work. And so we'll be thinking about work that's been done historically. We'll definitely be leveraging subject matter experts that have previously supported former drafts, just given their subject matter expertise. But what you're describing is a real possibility, but it will depend a little bit on the specifics of each review. And if I could touch briefly on the other suggestion that you made about having a visual that would sort of designate the progress for each review, I think it's a really good idea. It's actually part of the strategic project dashboard. There's probably not much in there right now in terms of a visual, because so many of these reviews are still in their early stages. But as they get underway, you'll see a visual indicator of the progress for each review as they move along.
Thank you. Anthony Mayer?
Thank you, Hanno. I recognize that obviously all the subjects can't make it to the final list. So I'm wondering if there's any kind of sub-measure that could be done for some of the other subjects that don't rise to the level of standard revision, so that some kind of guidance could be given. I'm speaking specifically about one of my pet projects, which is sleep disorder, dentistry, and sleep apnea. If we're not going to do a standard, could we at least do guidance?
So we are open to those possibilities. I mean, there will be some sort of tough decisions to be made about capacity and resource management. Even the development of something below the threshold of a standard can have sometimes pretty significant sort of resource investment associated with it. But I think that kind of option is available to us, and we're actually exploring that possibility in relation to a few different topics. So as an example, updated sort of FAQs around dentist use of social media. That was seen to be an area where the profession would benefit from some updated guidance. That particular topic didn't rise to the top of the priority list for probably obvious reasons, but as an interim measure, some updated sort of FAQs anchored to the existing practice advisory is sort of in the works.
Thank you. And thank you, Cam, for attending and for your presentation. Next item on the agenda is an update for professional conduct and regulatory affairs. This presentation is part of an ongoing council update designed to enhance council understanding of our regulatory work. This item is for council's information. I'll turn things over to Jillian Slaughter, Director of the Professional Conduct and Regulatory Affairs Department, to provide council with a briefing on the work of her department. Jillian.
Thank you, Hanno. Much appreciated.
everyone will just bear with me for a moment, I will share my screen. And I'm just going to make sure I've got a presenter view with some keynotes for this. It's a pleasure to be joining you today at Council. Thank you all very much for your attention. Oh, can you fix it? Obviously, I need help here. Excuse me for a second. Thank goodness for Aldwin.
Unfortunately, I don't, because it's one screen.
Okay.
Okay, well,
No, I'm going to do this. Can I do this?
yeah.
Give me a second. If I share this, will everybody be able to see it?
Yeah, they can see it.
Okay. We will try and hide this. There we go. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. Apologies there. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Professional Conduct and Regulatory Affairs Group, and I'm providing you with an update of the work that's been done over the past 3 years with emphasis on 2023. And I'm just going to make sure that everybody can still see my slides. Is that correct? No, that one, please. Okay, thank you very much. So this group has done some significant work, and I'm going to be highlighting 5 changes that have been implemented and largely set out as improvements in 2023. They are investigations, some process changes that we made there, ICRC decisions, a launch of the resolution program, which was a change from ADR, which had been previously implemented some 10 years at least prior, some emphasis on training and development, as well as data quality. We're going to be trying something else out today. I'm also going to be asking the council members and senior staff to please be joining me by Slido. We've got 3 questions in there, and so I will be advancing the slides here so that you can now, if you take a moment to pull out your camera and either take an image of the QR code, or you are welcome to go onto your computer and join at www.slido.com and then enter the number here at 2798533. I'm asking that for those of you who are joining us live stream, you do not join the poll. This poll is for persons who are council members and for senior staff who are in attendance at council today. I'll give everybody just a few more seconds to be able to get themselves linked up onto slido.com. Okay. Usually when you hover over the QR code with your camera, there is an image that comes up and you can simply tap on that and click it and it will direct you over to the website. I will bring up this slide again later on in the presentation before we get to the polling, so you'll have another chance to be able to join if you're having difficulty now. So the changes and improvements that I want to speak to you about have been, frankly, a collaboration between the staff as well as members of the Inquiries, Complaints and Reports Committee, the ICRC, as well as the Discipline Committee and the Fitness to Practice Committee. Truly, it has been a collaborative effort. It has been one that I have been very, very proud to engage in. And I am here, frankly, as an incredibly lucky member of the PCRA department. I am thrilled to be able to work with such an amazing group and with the committees. So investigations, we have made some significant improvements to both quality and the timeliness of investigations. You have already seen in the dashboard report that was provided to you some metrics talking about how many investigations we have been able to push through to decision-making by the ICRC over the past couple of years. And in a moment or so, I will show you some of that data. ICRC decisions are something else that we did some significant work in. The idea behind it was fed largely by principles of equity, accessibility, inclusion.
And so our decisions now are far more readable. They are far more accessible to complainants, to persons who are diverse audiences that are reading them. They are typically also written at a grade 8, 9, or 10 level, so that they are accessible to people who may not have had a formal education in dentistry. The other piece that we did was with the resolution program. This was revamped to improve several efficiencies, timelines, and to broaden the matters that were eligible for resolution. What we did was take advantage of some provisions under the legislation for the college to allow us to be a little bit more nimble in the types of matters that are typically classified as rather low-risk matters and put them through the resolution program. The advantage of doing this is that typically we are seeing that the majority of resolutions can be achieved in well under 120 days, which is a benefit to both the complainant as well as to the dentist involved. The other piece is that by having a classification system for risk, we are managing to put through matters to the resolution program that typically would not rise to a high level of risk, were they investigated and then put to the ICRC for disposition. Other changes and improvements included training and development. We've had lots of training for staff, both team-based and department-wide training. We've also included over the last year or two revamped committee orientation. Some of those present at council meeting today were participants in that orientation. And we've also had 2 full-day ICRC plenary meetings per year at which we provide additional training as well. We've really enjoyed the engagement with the committees. We've also taken opportunities to understand from the committees what they would be interested in learning about as well. And so that's been a terrific program to be able to try and improve upon the training and the orientation of the committees as well as staff. Data quality, we've really emphasized having data. We wanted to make sure that we were looking at things from an evidence-based point of view. We wanted to make sure that the data cleanup of the bridge, which is our college database or our CRM system, as well as auditing of that, was being done to make sure that what we provide to the registrar, to council, is accurate, and that we always have a real-time picture as to what is happening in our department. So in terms of investigations, we are now seeing that files are opened in 5 days or less. We have fewer active investigations as well. As of January of this year, we only had 67 investigations that were received or initiated before January 1st of 2023. When I last looked, that number has come down significantly since January. Last year, the ICRC, well, frankly, they were superstars. The ICRC hit more new business. They reached an all-time high. In fact, the work that they did last year, even though it didn't result in all more new decisions, it eclipsed the previous record of the work that had been set in 2022. The other piece that happened was that we changed the online complaints form. The reason for doing this was for the public to have greater choice in whether they wanted to complain or whether they wanted to make sure this was information being provided to the college. In so doing, we are enabling patient choice or complainant choice in the matter. We've also revamped it to make it so that it is easily understood, and as you've already heard, there were then improvements to make sure that it is also available in French. We also, together with the practice advisory team, we have a group called the intake team, and they are now capable of responding to 97 of public inquiries within 5 business days. They are getting faster and faster all the time. In addition, Intake completed a live call answer pilot. That means that they were trying to answer all calls in live as opposed to allowing them to go to voicemail. And we've had some good success with that so far. You saw this slide previously. This demonstrated the work to try and reduce the number of open case files per month. The data here is from 2021 to 2023. And we're showing that there has been more than a 50% decrease in the number of open case files. This is the lowest number of active investigations since the department began tracking. There are a number of reasons for this, and I'll name them here. The ICRC began to have a lot more meetings. There were a lot more agenda items put on to those panel meetings. There were a number of investigation process changes where we were really emphasizing the standard of relevance in thinking about what materials went into an investigation. We were also engaging in significant data cleanup in the bridge to make sure that we were able to understand and get a clear picture as to where we are. And again, as I mentioned, we started those audits. So I'm heartened by this because I feel like we are getting closer and closer to real-time investigating as opposed to dealing with backlogs. And it is for that reason that we are then going to be retiring part of the metrics that PCRA had been reporting to you for the past 2.5 years. When I talked to you about ICRC new business, I noted that there was a lot more that happened in the last 2 years. The data here that you see for 2023 demonstrates that there were new business items. So that's every type of thing that the ICRC could review, be it a complaint, a registrar's investigation, a request for approval to investigate, updates, and so on. And you can see here that the ICRC got through 1,307 total new business items, 22 more than in 2022. And of these, then 774 complaints and registrar's investigations and interim orders were put through. The volume is significant and was a major reason why the backlog has been reduced so much. Excuse me, I'm going to have to try that again. So we're going to go and do a bit of those polling things. If you had any difficulty with your poll earlier, here's a chance to be able to take an image of that QR code, or using your laptop or tablet to be able to go to slido.com and then enter that poll number 2798533. So I'm going to open the poll now, and hopefully on your phone or on your tablet or your laptop, you are now seeing a question that is being put to you. You have the choice of only one answer. So I'm asking, in your opinion, what do you think the 3 most common themes in RCDSO investigations were? Were they, number 1, in order, competence and patient care, communication, and then billing fees? Or option 2, competence/patient care, advertising, and then billing/fees? Number 3, communication, followed by record keeping and advertising? Or your 4th option, was it record keeping, professional conduct, and communication? And I'll give you a moment to just put in your answer, and then I will try and display the results. And I see that we already have 28 responses, 29 responses, so everybody, you're doing really well. I'm very pleased, thank you. We now have 35 responses, so I'm going to display the answers. So the majority of people in this room thought that the correct answer was number 1, by a majority of 54%, thinking that it was the competence in patient care, communication, and billing and fees, and then followed by then record keeping, professional conduct, and communication. I'm now going to take a moment to show you the answer, and I think it's because you all read the CPMF report, so you all knew the answer in advance. Here are the top 10 themes that came out of the RCDSO 2022 CPMF report. You can see competence in patient care is absolutely the leader. And I'm going to pause here, though, to note that look at communication and how significant that was. It just goes to show, frankly, that communication with patients is a really key concern, and one that this college has seen routinely coming in from complainants. It's thereafter followed by billing and fees, record keeping, and then professional conduct and behavior. And I think I can tell you, the registrar has told you that the CPMF report for 2023 is going to be published shortly, and I can tell you what we are seeing so far for 2023 is very comparable to what you see here. So it shows, frankly, that when it comes to the ICRC's work, that these themes come up over and over again, and we will be thinking very carefully about how we sort of try and address them and what kinds of appropriate remediation may be in place for certain cases that require it. Going to the next slide then. I want to talk to you a little bit about ICRC decisions. In 2023, the ICRC issued 837 decisions. And I've already alluded to, so I'll make it very brief here, that they are a lot clearer. The nice thing about the decisions now is that they're also detailed on the front page. I don't know about you, I really hate having to read to the end to find out what the answer is. I want to know what it is right at the beginning. They also have gender-inclusive language in them, which I really appreciate as well, and we're hearing from various complainants that they are also appreciating it in exit surveys we receive. The other thing I'd like to point out to you is that in 2023, the Health Professions Appeal and Review Board upheld almost all ICRC decisions that it reviewed, which is very impressive. Next slide here is a poll. So I'm wondering, for those participants in the room and at the meeting, in 2023, what percentage of ICRC decisions do you think were no action or low risk? Your options are number 1, 82%, number 2, 72%, number 3, 87%, or number 4, 78%. Tried to put in a whole bunch of 70 and 80s to attempt to confuse you. There's no way I was putting in 60s and 90s. I'll give everybody just another moment. We're now at over 30 respondents. And then I'm going to show you the poll. So the majority of you said 87% you thought were either no action by the ICRC or low risk. For clarification, low risk means where advice and recommendations were issued by the ICRC or where it resulted in a remedial agreement. And the majority of you thought that it was very high. And now I'll show you the results. This depicts ICRC decisions by risk type, and I've given you 3 years of data from 2021 to 2023. 2023 is in yellow. The answer to the question to the poll is over in the bottom left, which is that 78% of cases were no action or low risk in 2023. The thing that this chart depicts for your interest is frankly consistency. There's been a lot of consistency in ICRC decision-making, where there have been typically around high 70s to low 80s of cases result in no action or low risk, leaving typically around less than 20% that are in the moderate risk category. And so it's interesting to see that year over year, these are the types of outcomes that we are seeing by the ICRC. You'll see a little dip in the resolution program for 2023, and that's because of the program changes that we made. It actually didn't result in fewer cases going to the resolution program, but what it meant was that we ceased taking the resolutions to the ICRC, using instead the opportunity in the code, in the Regulated Health Professions Act, to be able to have approvals that did not have to go to the ICRC. The resolution program still resulted in 54 outcomes this year. The high risk means referrals to discipline, and as you can see that there were a lot in 2021, and then that number dipped quite significantly in 2022 and is back up again and growing through the latter years. We alluded to HPARB outcomes earlier. You can see the number on the far right side. 95% of the decisions were upheld by HPARB. For those who are unaware, HPARB is the Health Professions Appeal and Review Board, and that's the board that can receive all complaints where a party is not content with the outcome. Either the dentist or the complainant can take it over to the board and ask them to review the decision of the ICRC. Let me talk briefly about the resolution program. The resolution program resolves very low risk complaints as an alternative to an investigation process. It's as if you take it out of a stream. It can always go back to the complaints process if either of the parties say that they do not wish to participate anymore. And it only goes into a resolution process when there is consent from both the complainant and the dentist to participate. When these updates were launched in March of 2023, we created a risk framework, and that was used to guide the referrals to the resolution program. And that way we always had checks and balances to make sure that we were appropriately referring matters to the resolution program that were at a low risk level. We also added educational and remedial options to the list of possible resolutions. And the reason for doing that was because it was felt like this was a wonderful opportunity for dentists in agreement through a mediated process to find ways of considering options for improving their practice, to potentially avoid complaints coming before the ICRC again. That resolution program is going to be evaluated in the next few months. We are going to be looking to see whether those changes were effective or not. And I look forward to being able to report on the outcomes of that to the ICRC later on in the year. As for training and development, we had a number of pieces of training. You've already seen that alluded to in some of the presentations earlier today. We've had that equity, diversity, and inclusion training for the ICRC. Trauma-informed approaches to adjudication and investigations were enjoyed by both the ICRC and Discipline Committee, as well as by staff. And then 2 full-day plenary meetings on a whole host of topics were enjoyed by the ICRC. We've been really focusing on interviewing skills, on elements of investigator training, as well as other ongoing or internal training for our staff. And then data quality, the piece I wanted to describe to you is that we are now fully working digitally. All of our records on site have been scanned, and when it comes to being able to do things with our data, we are now able to export data for CPMF and tracking our work in new ways that we have not previously enjoyed, and it's really encouraging. So one last poll for you. How many referrals were made by the ICRC to the Discipline Committee in 2023? Were there 4, 7, 9, or 15? I think I already gave it away in one of the slides earlier. Big mistake. Okay, so we have over 30 respondents so far. Thank you, everybody. So I'll show where we are at. It looks like the majority of us said that there were 15 referrals that were made to the Discipline Committee. There certainly were quite a number of them, no question. And I'll show you the response here. So there were 9 referrals is the answer to the question, and they were all made in the last quarter of 2023. So to the Discipline Committee, thank you very much for your service, because we will be enlisting your help this year. There will be lots of things to be done. That number 9 continues to grow. There have been more referrals in the first quarter of this year. This also demonstrates that there have been quite a bit of work that has been done by the Discipline Committee in 2023. 8 hearings were held over 13 dates that were completed in 2023. So let me just say thank you to the Discipline Committee, and we look forward to working with you more this year. I would like to just take a moment to say that 28 members of the ICRC have been instrumental in moving the caseloads along, and that the Discipline Committee has been pivoting with some of the changes that we've been making there too. And so we could not be doing the work without them. I'd also like to say that thanks are owed to PCRA staff comprised of 6 teams: the intake team, investigative teams, committee team, decision writers, the compliance team, and the hearings office. Yes, there are really truly that many teams in PCRA. And each of them has been instrumental to the achievements of the department in the last year. So I want to say how grateful I am to work with them. And now I turn it over to you. Thank you for your attention, and I'm open for any questions.
And thank you, Jillian, for that very thorough presentation. I'm going to look to see if there are any questions for Jillian from around the table, either in this physical space or virtually. And I'm seeing none. Oh, Judy.
Yes, not a question, but I just wanted to say that as Chair of Discipline, I'm really grateful for Jillian's leadership. She's very inclusive, and she makes the work feel much more meaningful. So thank you, Jillian. I don't know how to turn this off.
And Jillian, a message from Jamie also saying well done. Vivian.
Also want to say thank you to Jillian, and I just have a comment about how the decision recently to add the investigators to our team, they have been really helpful because sometimes when we have certain questions we don't know during the file, when the investigators are actually there, we can ask them and they give us very good replies. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you again, Jillian, for that report and for attending today. We are a little ahead of schedule, so we are going to go on our 15-minute break right now. So please turn your cameras off when you step away from your table, and if we could all reconvene here at 3:05, please, to continue on with the agenda. Thank you. I figure Evangel. Welcome back, everyone. Our next item continues our progress in governance modernization, now led by the Governance Committee. The materials for this item are on pages 284 to 344 of your meeting package. There are 3 governance items this afternoon that we will be considering. The first is regarding recommended appointments to the PLP Committee for Council's decision. The second is preliminary information about the Governance Committee's consideration of governance modernization concepts for discussion. And the third concerns adding registrant's electoral district to the register, and this is for Council's decision. Ann Coughlin, our Governance Committee Chair, will be walking Council through this material. And Ann, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please.
Thank you, Hanno. I'm very pleased to be with you this afternoon to present 2 reports from the Governance Committee. And the slides are just coming up, I think, please. Lovely, thank you. So today, Council's being asked to consider the Governance Committee's recommendations regarding 2 appointments to the Professional Liability Committee, which is an item for decision. And also, Council will be provided with preliminary information about the Governance Committee's consideration of governance modernization concepts. And this item will be for discussion. Next slide, please. The first item, Governance Committee's recommendations regarding the Professional Liability Program Committee appointments, will be found in your briefing note at pages 284 to 285 in your council package. I will briefly summarize the committee nomination process for you and then turn it over to Hanno to present the recommendation and motion and to facilitate discussion. Once the vote has taken place, I will move on to present the next report regarding modernization. 2 PLP committee members' terms will expire at today's meeting. The PLP committee considers and reviews expenditures for claims, provides authority for matters to proceed to trial, considers requests for deductible forgiveness, and recommends policy and practices regarding the professional liability program. In accordance with the bylaws, in November, the college issued a call for expressions of interest for 2 general dentists from outside the GTA. Bylaws set out the PLP committee composition, term, and eligibility requirements. Next slide, please. 8 candidates met the eligibility requirements set out in bylaw and the criteria outlined in the college's call for expressions of interest. At its meeting on February 29th, the Governance Committee discussed the PLP committee candidates and recommended 2 candidates for appointment by council at today's meeting. The committee based its recommendation on the selection criteria set out in the bylaws and the operational policy of the Governance Committee. This includes the candidate's skills and experience as aligned with the competencies for the PLP committee, diversity, the committee terms of reference, practice areas, and the needs of the committee as expressed by the college's PLP leadership. The committee recommended that Jihan Ibrahim be appointed and Dr. Vincent Karari be appointed. Dr. Ibrahim is a returning PLP committee member being recommended for appointment and practices in the Ottawa area. Dr. Karari is a practicing dentist with previous experience serving on the PLP committee from 2009 to 2018. Next slide, please. I will now turn it back to Hanno, please, to facilitate discussion and present the motion.
Thank you, Anne. And as you can see, the motion is on the screen. This is a motion that requires a simple majority. So at this point in time, I would ask if there is a mover, Anthony Lisho, seconded by Jamie Colliver. All those in favor of those names being appointed, please indicate by raising your virtual hand now. 20, 22. And that is carried. Thank you very much. Anne, back to you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to governance modernization. The next item is a description of the Governance Committee's preliminary consideration of 4 priority governance modernization concepts. Council is not being asked to make decisions on any of the issues at this time. We want to share with you our early considerations. Materials for this item are at pages 285 to 334 of your meeting package. In the interest of time, and because we need to think about these modernization concepts in an integrated context and not as separate items, I would ask that you please defer your questions until the end of this presentation, and then I will turn it back to Hanno to facilitate discussion. Next slide, please. As you've heard in previous presentations, there are a number of drivers for governance modernization work. The Ontario Ministry of Health instituted the College Performance Measurement Framework in 2020. Council approved guiding principles for governance at RCDSO in 2021. In January 2022, the Ontario Ministry of Health circulated a policy proposal for health regulatory body governance reform and regulatory modernization, and invited regulatory bodies to provide consultation feedback. In January 2023, staff began work on the Governance Review and Modernization Strategic Project, one of the 6 strategic projects in the college's strategic plan. This project builds on previous work driven by the Governance Working Group from 2021 to 2022, and Council, as well as current board governance trends and reform initiatives in Ontario, across Canada, and internationally. Next slide, please. This slide highlights key modernization trends and best practices. Some of this work is underway at RCDSO. The green boxes indicate areas the college has already embarked on or completed. For example, in 2021, this college implemented a council performance evaluation framework. Last year, council established the governance committee. And the college has facilitated extensive council orientation and education and will continue to do so. The college has also developed and implemented a rigorous competency-based selection process for council dentist candidates within the existing elections framework. Next slide, please. In 2023, the committee discussed the Governance Review and Modernization Strategic Project and identified the following 4 priority areas. 1, reducing the size of council. Secondly, revisions to electoral districts to strengthen competency-based selection of candidates. 3rd, staggered terms for council members. And 4th, separation of council and committees. The committee asks staff to conduct research and analysis on these concepts for the committee's consideration. Next slide, please. This slide clarifies what is possible within the current legislative framework. Not every current modernization trend is feasible for our college to achieve because of our legislative constraints. And those are parameters set out in the Regulated Health Professions Act and the Dentistry Act. The column on the left shows what is possible. For example, it is possible to slightly reduce the number of elected dentists on council from 12 to 10. This change would also bring the college closer to parity between professional and public members on council. What's not possible is reducing the total council size to 10 to 12 total members, or achieving full parity between professional and public members on council. We will discuss these concepts in greater detail through today's presentation. So let's start, next slide please, with the modernization concept to reduce the size of council. Next slide please. On this slide, you can see the rationale for this modernization component. Smaller boards of 10 to 12 members in total are more nimble and responsive. They enable better director participation and effective decision-making. Because of the limits and realities of our current legislation, the best we can do is reduce the number of elected council dentists from 12 to 10. Reducing the number of elected dentists also brings us closer to parity between professional and public members. This centers the public interest and increases public trust. Next slide, please. At the April 4th, 2023 council meeting, 84% of RCDSO's council members agreed or strongly agreed via electronic polling that they were in favor of reducing the size of council to between 10 to 12 people. Next slide, please. There are several considerations to take into account when contemplating a reduction in council size. Some Ontario health regulatory bodies have recently reduced their council size, and you have that information in your package. A change to elected member numbers is tied to and dependent on electoral district reduction. Ensuring a smaller council reflects diversity, including regional diversity, is a key consideration. And reducing council size may require enhanced college consultation processes to optimize diverse perspectives. The Governance Committee discussed the need to maintain the higher number of public council members at this time. There is a range in the Dentistry Act. And the rationale for retaining the current number is in order to carry out the work of the Discipline and Inquiries, Complaints and Reports Committees. The Governance Committee requested that staff explore the logistics and required changes to the bylaws to move to 10 elected dentists for the next election cycle in December 2026. And Council will receive a proposal on this modernization concept later in 2024. Next slide, please. Next, I'll talk about the committee's discussion with respect to the concept of electoral reform. Next slide. The ministry's proposal conveys that professional council members would be selected by a nomination and selection committee rather than elected by the profession. Replacing election of council dentists with competency-based appointments counters the perception that professional interests are dominant, centers the public interest, and enhances transparency and consistency in the selection of professional council members. It is not possible to shift from elections to appointments at this time. The current legislation requires the college to continue to conduct registrant elections for council dentists. It is possible to strengthen the rigor of competency-based selection of council dentists through electoral reform. As Council has heard before from governance experts, presentations from other regulatory bodies, and issues identified in the 2022 election summary report to Council, the current geographic district elections framework presents a number of challenges. For RCDSO and other regulators, elections by geographic districts creates confusion about Council's mandate. District elections exacerbate the perception that candidates represent dentist constituents and the profession, which, as you all know, is contrary to the fiduciary duty to the public interest mandate of the college. The geographic district model also places disproportionate emphasis on geographic diversity, reducing the capacity of competency-based selection for other diversity attributes and perspectives. The results of the last RCDSO election included several acclamations and a vacancy. This suggests a potential lack of engagement with the election model. Next slide, please. Last April, 77% of council members indicated through polling that they agreed or strongly agreed with revisions to electoral districts to strengthen the college's competency-based approach to elections and to enhance diverse perspectives around the council table. Council was supportive of electoral reform. Next slide. Several Ontario health regulatory colleges have initiated or implemented electoral reform. Examples of other colleges' approaches were summarized in Appendix F to your briefing note. Council has heard about two models through presentations from the Ontario College of Teachers and the Ontario College of Pharmacists. This slide highlights key opportunities and risks associated with different approaches. For example, the Ontario College of Teachers is governed by different legislation, and that regulatory body has eliminated elections and fully adopted competency-based appointments of council members. With that model, seats were designated for certain diversity attributes. For example, the Francophone community and the Indigenous community, in order to enhance diversity on the board. Next slide, please. The Governance Committee is exploring the possibility of creating, through bylaw, a single district province-wide election. Further analysis is being conducted and will be provided to Council as a proposal later in 2024. The Council skills inventory and selection process should include diversity, technical, regional, and behavioral requirements. Reconfiguring electoral districts or creating one province-wide district may lead to opposition from the profession. If any changes to the current 12 geographic districts are recommended to Council, implementation would be contemplated for the 2026 election cycle, and there is lots of time for engagement with the profession around the rationale for moving on with this modernization concept. Next slide, please. I'll now move on to the third modernization concept. The Governance Committee discussed staggered terms on Council. Next slide. Currently, all 12 districts are re-elected biennially with a risk of complete or substantial turnover on Council, resulting in loss of institutional memory and continuity. Committees are reappointed on the same cycle, which also potentially exacerbates challenges with continuity and succession planning. Exploring staggered terms would support retention of institutional knowledge, continuity of strategic projects and regulatory functions, effective transitions and succession planning, and a balance of experience and new perspectives on Council. Next slide. At the April 4th Council meeting, 85% of Council members agreed or strongly agreed with staggered terms for Council and committee members to improve institutional knowledge. Next slide. If staggered terms are endorsed, implementation is contemplated for the 2026 election cycle. The Governance Committee asks staff to explore the logistics of implementing staggered terms for further discussion at our next Governance Committee meeting. The next and final of the 4 modernization concepts that are currently under consideration had a lot of substantial discussion at the committee, and we have yet to reach consensus, so I am sharing with you our initial discussion. And that is the separation of council and committees. Next slide. The ministry proposal includes separation of council and committees. This is aimed to address role confusion that emerges when the same individuals are setting strategic direction, that's council, and at the same time carrying out individual regulatory functions and making regulatory decisions. And those are the statutory committees. Separation was contemplated to recognize the distinct competencies required to effectively perform the work for each type of role. Historically, appointing council members to all statutory and standing committees has presented some challenges with requisite skill set, interest, availability, and conflict of interest. The time commitment to serve on both council and committees is significant and presents a barrier to participation for some individuals. Separation of council and committees could help alleviate these issues, enabling council to focus on its role, financial sustainability, oversight, strategic direction, and allow for targeted recruitment of specified skills needed on individual statutory committees. Next slide. The Governance Committee's discussion on this concept focused on specific objectives to be achieved through separation. There was considerable discussion of the pros and cons of separation. And so the committee asked that staff conduct further research and analysis, and we will have further discussion based on that additional research to consider the rationale, the risks and benefits of separation of council and committees, the competencies required to be an effective council member versus those of a committee member. And we will consider and discuss, and I dare say debate, solutions that would address some of the issues. Next steps, next slide, please. The Governance Committee will meet in April to further discuss these concepts. And as I said, we will continue to actively consult Council regarding proposed changes to one or all 4 concepts. We will present recommendations for Council's consideration and decision, as well as plan for implementation. Staff will continue to look at options and present analyses to the Governance Committee and Council in preparation for the 2026 election cycle. If Council approves the proposed concepts, draft bylaw amendments will be brought to Council for consideration and final approval well in advance of the 2026 election. And with that, I will turn it over to Hanno to facilitate discussion, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Anne. So at this point in time, if anyone in council has questions or comments to make based on what Anne has presented, I will take your comments or questions now. Rod, I see your hand is up. I'm not sure, is it up because you have a question? Or, okay. Jamie.
Sorry, Hanno.
Jamie, you're on mute.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I remember when Dan wrote a letter to the Ontario government and talked about parity, and in particular talked about parity of remuneration for public members, which would be aligned with the professionals. I gathered from your presentation that that might be the part of parity that's not going to work. Or maybe you could elaborate on that, please.
Well, that was not part of our committee discussion, so I am going to ask Dan to respond to that one, please.
Yeah, sure. Right now, it is prohibited for colleges to provide any extra remuneration for public members. So you are, as public members, subject to the government rates, which have not increased for a number of years. There's nothing that I know of in the works to change that from the government. I can say that, as I mentioned, the group HPRO this morning, which is the federation of all the 26 colleges, one of the items that we all share in common is that we want to consider whether there are any possible modernization approaches with respect to public members, and also whether there's the possibility of looking at a broader concept of public members in addition to those who are LGIC appointed. So there's nothing to report, Jamie, on that, but I certainly remember the conversation, and it's certainly something that is always in the front of my mind.
Thank you. Mark Trudell?
Yep, thanks, Mano. And thanks for a great presentation, and thanks for your leadership, arguably as a member of the public on this committee, and thank you to all members of the Governance Committee. I'm left with the impression that many of the proposed amendments are not doable because of the need for regulatory framework changes, legislative changes. So maybe the question is directed to Ellen Bromstein. How much of a hurdle does that represent?
Well, it's significant because the government has to open up, in our case, the Dentistry Act, 1991, and I do not think the government's going to open up the Dentistry Act 1991 without opening up all the other health profession specific acts.
But thank you for that, Alan. So the impetus, as I understand it, for these reforms, am I correct that it's coming from the government? It's Queen's Park driven to some degree?
Yes, I think that's correct.
And if that's the case, then arguably, then it's back on them to show leadership and initiative with regards to get it done with respect to those regulatory changes.
Arguably, that's correct.
Okay, correct.
I'm going to allow Dan to chime in as well.
Great. Thank you, Alan.
I think it's hard to know if it is part of the priorities for the government right now. It was 2 years ago. And the material in your package is the letter that came from the government that asked for a response, and I believe it was within a month. It was very quick. We had a special meeting. We provided a very comprehensive response, and there has not been any movement on governance reform to date. And the latest information that I have is that it's not on the radar at this particular point in time. So you're right, Mark, that there are legislative changes that would be needed for further modernization, and that might be a conversation we have as to whether this college would advocate for that. And to Alan's point, it's not likely that they would look at one particular act, but it's not impossible. So those conversations can still happen, but broadly speaking, for RHPA, I don't understand there to be any pending changes to that act.
Is there thank you, Dan, any opportunity to amend our bylaws, distinct from amendments provincially to the act, so as to best position this organization in anticipation of reforms?
Thanks, Mark, and that's a great example of what the Governance Committee is looking at. So wherever there are instruments that are within the college's control, there are opportunities to start to advance the modernization work. And so those are the things that we're putting priority on in our discussions as a committee.
Thank you. Judy?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Anne, for your leadership on the committee. I really appreciate your professionalism and how inclusive you are. So your presentation was pretty comprehensive. I've lost my screen, so anyway. Yeah, your presentation was very comprehensive. And I do understand the college's sense that it needs to try and get ahead of whatever may come or not. And I agree with that. But on the other hand, I don't want to see us be too quick to embrace some changes that may not really, in the end, be best for the college and how the council members function. Because, for example, my concern about separating council and committees is that the committee work that council members do gives them another layer of understanding of the things that happen at the college that I think enriches their participation at council meetings, rather than, diminishing it or just, having it as an even-Steven swap. I just think that there are really serious issues here, and in retrospect, my own feeling is that council as a whole, including myself, was a little bit hasty in sort of wanting to move forward with this stuff as quickly as possible. And I'm glad to be part of the conversation at the governance committee, but I also want to sort of say to all of my fellow council members that I think that there are some serious issues and that we need a really in-depth discussion when it comes back to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin?
Hi, thank you again. Great presentation, very comprehensive, just great leadership. I just wanted to echo Judith's statements. I agree with her. I think that being even just, I'm one of the newer members, but I certainly have a much better understanding of council from being on committees. So I agree with her in that respect. And I think that this council is really working very efficiently, very productively. And I enjoy all the information from other committees and seeing that people are even on multiple committees because it increases their breadth of knowledge. And I just wanted to echo Judith's comments.
Thank you. Daniel Haas?
Just further to that point, I think as Anne alluded to, there was a lot of discussion on that one issue with our committee. And recognizing the direction from the government, we did discuss it. And I think, please correct me, but I think the way we landed was, we'll keep an open mind to this, but we wanted more information. And so we went back, said, give us more information, make the case for the separation. Because my initial impression is, I disagree with it personally. But I think we're willing to listen, make the case why this is important. And if we get convinced, we'll come back with a recommendation to separate them. If we don't get convinced, we may come back saying, well, no, this is not on. And I think that's the way we left it. And as Anne said, we had a lot of discussion on this because I agree, right now I'm agreeing, I don't like the separation. I think it's valuable having them together, but I'm willing to listen because maybe I'm not thinking of what the government's thinking of. So we said, please come back with more data so that we can discuss it more fully.
Thank you, Daniel. That's the end of my speakers list. So Anne, I'm going to turn it back to you to present the third and final item for council's decision, please.
Thank you, Hanno. Council is being asked to consider and approve a proposed bylaw amendment to add the registrant's electoral district to the public register. This item is for council's decision, please. I know you've read the briefing notes, so I won't repeat everything in it, but will briefly summarize key considerations. The Governance Committee proposed an amendment to Bylaw 28.2, which is additional information on the public register, to add the registrant's electoral district to the public register. The registrant's electoral district is the electoral district in which the registrant is eligible to vote and stand for election. Displaying each registrant's electoral district on the public register will enable registrants to self-research their electoral district and improve transparency. It will enable better use of staff resources during the busy election process, as many registrants call to inquire about their district. In December, Council approved in principle the above-noted bylaw change. The proposed bylaw amendment was circulated to external stakeholders and posted on the college's website for 60-day consultation. Feedback was received from one stakeholder, the Ontario Dental Association. Its feedback was supportive of the change. In February, the Governance Committee considered the consultation feedback and recommended that the proposed bylaw amendment be brought to Council for final approval. IT staff were consulted regarding when the programming would be ready to effect this change. Staff recommended an effective date of July 15th, 2024. The electoral districts would be published on the public register at that time. If approved, the bylaw amendment will come into effect on July 15th in preparation for the 2024 election cycle. I'd like to end with thanking the members of the committee for their great work, and a special thank you to the staff for the wonderful support that this committee is receiving. And now I'll turn it back to Hanno, please, to facilitate discussion and present the motion.
And thank you very much, Anne, for your presentation. And at this point in time, Angelo, could we have motion number 4B on the screen, please? And that motion reads that Council approves proposed amendments to add a new paragraph to Appendix 28.2.1, additional register information, to the bylaws as follows. Such amendment to take effect on July 15th, 2024, and that would be number 33, the members' electoral district. So I see Ram is moving that. Aaron is seconding it. Before I take a vote, any questions or discussion? This, since it is a bylaw change, would require a 2/3 majority. So please raise your virtual hand and keep it up until we ask you to lower it, please. 20. Okay, I've got 22. Okay, 22, so that is clearly passed. Thank you, Council, and thank you, Anne, and your committee for that great job. So at this point in time, we are almost at the end of our agenda. I'm just going to remind Council that when this official public part of the meeting ends, there is still one item that needs to be dealt with, so we will move back in camera after we complete the public aspect of this meeting. I want to remind Council that the next Council meeting will be a virtual meeting. It will be on Thursday, May 9th, 2024, and it will be a shortened meeting. It will be beginning at 9 in the morning and it will end at 1. So it's a virtual meeting, Thursday, May 9th, 2024, from 9 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon. That meeting will be live streamed as usual. And before I end this session, I would like to take an opportunity to thank Council for the work you have done today, for the preparation, and for the comments and the questions and the discussion you've had. But I would be remiss without also expressing our sincere appreciation and thanks to the incredible amount of work that staff, not only the staff that's here, but staff behind the scenes has done to make a day like this, which I'm sure is a nightmare from a hybrid perspective, run as smoothly and as productively as it has. So to all staff, those who are present and those who are listening and those who are not present, our sincere thanks and gratitude for an incredible job well done. And to our friends and colleagues who are observing either the season of Ramadan, and to those of you celebrating Easter this weekend, we wish you well. And Angelo, I'm going to ask if you can put motion number 3 back on the screen, which will now, I think, become motion number 5, to officially move into an in-camera session. Judy?
Yes, thank you. I just had what I hope is just considered a small request. I would find it really helpful in looking at the packages and the briefing notes if the members of the committee were also included in the note, and I'm just wondering if that could be considered.
For the PLP?
No, for anything, like for all of the.
Oh, I see.
Because
Okay.
there are committees,
Sure.
the committee reports, but
Yep.
you never really know who's on the committee.
Sure, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Angelo. So this is just a repetition of the motion we had earlier on, but it's now motion number 5, that the public be excluded from the meeting of council pursuant to clause 7 to F and that financial or personal or other matters may be disclosed of such a nature that the harm created by the disclosure would outweigh the desirability of adhering to the principle that meetings be open to the public. So I see Ellie has moved that, Mark Eckler has seconded it. All in favor, please raise your virtual hand. And that motion is carried. So thank you all. This is the end of our live stream, and we will, those of us around the table will stay for a minute or so to start that, and then we will begin our in-camera. And Deborah, please don't leave, because council needs to stay.
She just said thank you. I don't know if she's in June.
Oh.
I'm just going to move my stuff.